can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Either way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your goodbyes, 'cause I'll find no matter what, yeah. Susceptible now, before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your goodbyes, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Susceptible now, before the moment flies.
Hold on here. Is it the barbershop?
In this
Is it the barbershop?
moment,
It's the barbershop. Well, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all
You
right.
gotta tell who the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you
You
gotta
know-
tell?
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's Friday, guys. It's Friday. Y'all know what time it is. It's Barbershop Talk. We're about to have a great conversation tonight. Did our mothers fail us? Yeah, we're going to have that conversation tonight. And our mothers failing today because of the mothers that failed then. We had a conversation throughout the week. A great show by Mandrell had a show, and we were talking about one of the issues as well. If you have not seen that show, go back and watch Mandrell's show early in the week. We're bouncing off of each other. So he talked about tradition. Did tradition fail us? Well, tonight we're going to say, did mama fail us? I'm going to have a video that I'm going to I already have uploaded and ready to go for you guys to watch. And we're going to take care of that. We're going to do that. Now, We're going to open the lines up tonight for people to come up if they have an opinion. If you want to be on the panel, if I don't know you, just absolutely understand that I'm going to take you through a hard regimen to get you on this panel. It's not going to be easy. The people that I have on the panel tonight are family. I have family already in the back, and I have family on the way. So if you're coming up and I don't know you, it's going to be kind of rough for you. We're going to have to go through some things. My back going to get you. We're going to take a look at you. If we don't know you and you look crazy, stupid, your ass out of here. All right. That's just the way it's going to roll. All right. So again, I want to welcome you guys to Black Men Unfiltered Network. Tonight is Barbershop Talk. Again, talking about did our mothers fail us? Now, I do want to say if you want to donate to the channel, go ahead. Listen, these kids are damn expensive. You understand? I can afford it. But hell, if y'all want to help buy a pair of shoes or something, or a damn softball, or mitt, or a bat, or some track shoes, some basketball, just go ahead and hit the Cash App for your boy. Your Cash App is already running at the bottom of the screen. Donate to the Black Men Unfiltered Tribe Foundation. We could definitely do that. I'm just kidding, guys. Go ahead and donate whatever you want to donate. It's at the bottom of the screen. If you want to send a super chat, go ahead and do that as well. And I'll play you something really, really, really nice with that. And before that super chat. But again, thank you. It's time. Let's get it in. So what I want to do, I want to bring the people that are here in the back. I want to go ahead and bring them up. But before I do, ladies and gentlemen, I want to kick a shout out because there's been a lot of controversy about the LSU Tigers female team. All right. There's been a lot of controversy about people being super competitive, pointing at their finger and waving their hand in front of their face. Now, we do understand that this young lady who did that, the young lady that she did it as well. But, it wasn't a problem when she did it, but it was a problem when we did it. So I don't want to keep you guys asleep. To start the show, I want to bring Black David in. Black David, this is what I don't want from you guys tonight. We're going to have a great conversation. I don't want you sleeping. Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David!
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all again for being here tonight. Now, I got my brothers from other mothers in this building tonight. I got my boy JT from What We Know Podcast in the building tonight. Yes, sir. I got my brother Ruckus, man. Listen, Ruckus just moved into his new home. Ruckus then moved in, got his stuff set up. I'm proud of you, bro. Congratulations to you and your family. What's going on? Oh, my God.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. It's been a brutal move, but we here. I see we got all the bald-headed men over here.
Man, listen, the hell with y'all bald-headed men. The hell with y'all. All right. Then we got Mr. Bennett in the house all the way from the Jersey. So, man, thank you guys for being here. You already know how I like to open up. How are you guys doing? How's your mental health? How's your family, your kids? Talk to you, boy. We'll start with JT because I know JT already I know what he's gonna say. Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, it's Friday, man. It's Friday.
You know what I'm saying?
Family is doing well, man. Mom's doing well, pop's doing well, kids doing well, my love is doing well. So yeah, man, we getting ready. It's over here in Michigan, we're getting ready to enjoy this change of the season. So this is my favorite time of the year. So I always have a smile on my face, man, until November again. But yeah, we doing well, bro.
All right, Mr. Bennett, talk to us, man. How you doing, brother?
Doing well. Just getting ready for graduation season. So I got 2 graduates coming up. I got a master's and bachelor's coming out. And,
congratulations, my brother.
Congrats on
brought in
that,
the process, planning for that and just getting them ready for the next level. So life is good right now.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bennett. Ruckus, how's the family? Man, listen, take some time, man. Tell us how God has blessed you and your family, your wife, your children with your new home, all this great stuff that you've been doing, man. Talk to us for a minute. Come on now.
Man, it's been a ride, man, but we're grateful, man. We're grateful. God has been providing through and through. Hasn't failed, man. Everything has been a smooth transition. The wife is good. The kids are good. I'm good. I mean, life is good, man. We're just on that grind, it doesn't stop, but Thank God everything's good, man. We can't complain. We have everything. We have more than what we deserve. So I can't complain. We have a roof over our head. We got clean water. We got clothes. We got good friends. We got good family. I mean, what more can you ask for, man?
Yeah, absolutely, brother. And you know what, man? I just want to thank you, man. You came in and did a show. You took some time off because you did have to move and everything, man. So again, thanking you for that show on how to make marriage great again. And I know tonight your perspective is going to be amazing when it comes to this subject on did our mothers fail us? And so, man, I want to thank you, guys, ladies and gentlemen. We don't applaud our men enough. And so I want to start with Ruckus and go down. Ruckus is a husband. He is a married man. He takes care of his family. He provides for his family. He has a loving wife, right? You see it. You see it. Come on now. Come on. Put it in.
Let's go, baby.
All right. And so we want to celebrate this black man because they say you don't exist, Ruckus. You don't exist. You're not a man that doesn't exist. So, Ruckus, thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a God-fearing man. Thank you for being a husband. Thank you for being everything great for your family, brother. I appreciate you so much. I'll give it up for Ruckus.
Oh, glory to God, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate being with a group of solid men that we can hold each other accountable. You guys are, have become family, and just appreciate you guys, man. Like, for real, for real.
Absolutely. And next up, man, before we move forward, man, I got to bring Mr. Bennett in here. Mr. Bennett, to say, you heard what Mr. Bennett just said. Mr. Bennett just said he got a graduation coming, a couple of them. So I want to give him his flowers, man. He's a husband. He is a father. He provides for his family. He provides for his children. And he's a great man, a God-fearing man. And so I want to applaud him tonight. Y'all give it up for Mr. Bennett.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it so much.
Mr. Bennett, thank you for everything that you do for your family, man. We appreciate you, brother. I just want to say that, man.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for the environment.
Absolutely, brother. All right, last but not least, come on. Hold on a minute. Let me get my brother from another mother over here. JT, this is the face of a man who is in love, about to get married. Ladies and gentlemen, the man has a beautiful fiance. All right, he's a good dude, a good guy. Once you become a part of JT's family, he got your back. And he's shown that time and time again. So I just want to say to this man, thank you for being a father. Thank you for about to be a husband. Right? Thank you for everything that you do, everything that you provide, every perspective that you provide. Thank you so much. And I'm tired of you niggas with this bald heads. I'm sick of it. We just had another one coming in the back. Just bald head night. Just bald head barbers. Bald head barbershop tonight.
Join the club, man. Let's go.
Oh my God. Now I get on here with a bald head boy. They'll rip me for 6 years. I would never live it down. All right. So
it's the 4B club. It's the 4B
yeah. You know what I'm saying? All right.
The beautiful all black brothers.
Yeah. So, man, listen, man, talking about some news, man, I want to share a story with you guys that I saw, and I wanted to just get you guys' perspective. I wish I would have downloaded the damn video. Maybe I will, because I think I emailed it to somebody. Yeah, I'm gonna download it. I'll talk about that later. But anyway, what has been going on in the world with you guys? There's some stuff that you guys have seen that's just been crazy. This last few weeks.
Oh man,
the founder and CEO of Bitcoin was stabbed to death, and not Bitcoin, but Cash App was stabbed to death, and the U.S. government, also China, Russia, and a couple other countries. The UK, they come up with their own Cash App program. I mean, the thing is the irony of it all. And also, the officers have no suspects, no leads, nothing. And D.L. Saint and I was on his channel one day, and we was talking about how the government made the wrong move, say the wrong thing, you'll disappear. And here's the thing: these things happen right in front of your face. Nobody asks questions. Nobody does anything.
It's crazy.
It happens right in front. These kind of things, they happen right in front of your face. No one seems to notice. No one seems to care. And you wonder why people get cynical.
Man, anybody else want to throw something on that? And what I want to know, Mr. Ben, Mr. Rick. I know he's a sports guy. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts on this whole LSU debacle thing? What the first lady of the United States said? What happened in the game? Do you think it was that serious? Do you think it was a bad thing to do? And then, what are your thoughts? You muted, brother. You muted.
No, I mean, I think the growth in the women's game, the ratings that they had, I think what we've seen in the last couple of years, where I think they're finally getting their show on stage, and they're just being competitive. So again, the trash talking, the taunting, the things that's been out there forever, and it just so happens in this season where you had this female player from Iowa, she was doing it, and then when she gets it back in her face, and this is how the different reactions. So it's almost like the same game. It's like it's not an equal level in terms of how we're viewed. When a Caucasian athlete acts out, I mean, I go back to the days of John McEnroe and Jimmy Connors when they acted up on the court and they were looked at. But then when the Williams sisters came on the scene, they acted out and they were called all kinds of names. So it's like it's similar. Like, we're still not allowed to act in certain ways, or we're just perceived differently from everyone else in the culture. So the fact that the first ladies want to say, well, bring both teams in, that's never happened. They've been doing this, inviting championship teams to the White House, I think, since 1869. And they've never had a second place team come to the White House. But in this moment, it's like, oh well, let's celebrate both. So again, it's the slights, it's the subtle stuff that just lets us know that we're still living in two Americas here sometimes, and it's just unfortunate. But I didn't have an issue with the young lady from LSU, what she did. I mean, that and the way the way she coaches her team. I mean, those players, she allows them to be their selves and play with the swag. So, and I think that the Iowa players, she got what she gave. And so I had no problem with it, but trying to, it's almost like when Obama tried to have the beer summit, when the cops were clearly wrong and trying to, saying the doctor couldn't go into his own house. And they said, oh, let's have a beer summit because you're afraid of offending other people. So it's just another reminder that, again, there's two Americas here sometimes.
Who was it that came in second place? Because I haven't been following.
It was
Iowa.
So it was the Iowa team, and you had this this white player in Iowa, who was very good. I mean, she had a great tournament. I mean, she can ball. No question. She's almost like, imagine going back to like Larry Bird. I mean, she's almost like the Larry Bird of players. And wow. And she showed her swag. I mean, she was beating people, scoring 40 points, whatnot. She was doing the John Cena, you can't see me.
Yeah, that's what I said.
All that kind of stuff. So LSU basically romped them in the championship game. And then one of the players, she was given the same energy. And everybody just lost it, saying, oh, it's poor sportsmanship, it's poor decorum and whatnot. Now, First Lady was at the game. And she was, she was commenting saying, oh, well, I'm going to tell the president that you should invite both teams to the White House. Well, again, you don't understand that. Again, the first place team, the championship team, gets to go to the White House.
Yeah.
So again, for everybody who's like, look, everyone gets a participation trophy and all that. I mean, so why is it in this case, since 1869, this has been going on and this has never come up? Why do you want to do it now? And so again,
So what should be on the news is the way that the public act, based off of what two regular basketball players have done. They left it on the court.
Yep.
I mean, it is what it is. Taunting and all of that. I didn't see that. That was news when it came down to the whole John Cena thing. You can't see me. Then old girl said you can't see me, but guess what? We gonna get her. It's like she meant two different things. That was dope. It was dope that they competed in that sense. I think what's messed up is the reaction of the people. You dig what I'm saying? That should have been news. Now the whole thing where the first lady called for both teams to go to the White House. That's poor sportsmanship right there. Nah, he lost. You know what I'm saying? So
it lost big. It wasn't like it was a buzzer beat or anything like that.
But
they got beat.
Yeah,
they got beat. It was terrible, and it made good press for women's basketball, especially women's college basketball too. So that's why I really didn't have anything to say about what they did. I mean, it is what it is. I played basketball pretty much all my life, and we did and said way worse things than that when we was in competition. So what they did, it is what it is. They left it on the court. So it was the people that was really messed up about that.
I mean, it's good publicity, at least for the WNBA, because I mean, nobody was really checking for the WNBA to begin with.
They still not. that's the thing. College got more people than WNBA actually got people watching them. So college is way more exciting to the to the general.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like a ripple effect where people are watching these collegiate women basketball players, so they're probably gonna be like, hey, you know what? Let's go check out these WNBA players now.
Well, look. Well, let's see.
It
I mean,
could.
if in fact if this is a replay of Bird and Magic from the '79 championship game, I mean, if this woman can ball at the next level, if she's going to bring a lot of fans into the game or whatever, or they can have sort of a rivalry. I mean, that's what Bird and Magic saved the NBA.
Yeah.
You can talk about Michael Jordan all you want to or whatever, but Larry Bird, Magic Johnson saved the NBA. Remember their games back in the day. Before then, the games were tape delayed. The finals were tape delayed back then. So with the '84, with the new contract and everything, that's what took it. And then Jordan took it, made it a global game. But clearly, Bird and Magic, they were the ones who, without them, the NBA, we wouldn't have it today.
I don't think that it's just going to be that way in women's basketball. I don't see it that way. We didn't have some exciting, so-called exciting women players that went into the WNBA. It just seemed like the fire goes out. I don't know, the marketing is just there, just not there. They trying to do as much as they can to get people to see it. Me, I can watch it. I'm more like collegiate. I'm not really the WNBA. It's even with and with NBA. At one point, I found myself watching more college than I did in NBA. It's just you have to really have some people that really love the sport of basketball and understand the fundamentals of it to actually love, in my opinion, to love WNBA.
Right.
Yeah, because to look at it, man, now if you go look at the numbers, this is for you, Mr. Ben. I don't know if you looked at it. Man, those girls, they had 9 million, 10 million people watching them?
It was,
And the men had them nowhere near that.
Well, I think that was different simply because of all the brackets that got busted.
Right.
I mean, we always talk about Cinderella, but you had essentially 4 Cinderellas, and that just doesn't spur. I mean, with all the money that's being made, so once your bracket's busted, I mean, once my team's got, I was like, I'm done. So I got.
By the time they got the Sweet 16, I was done. I was.
Yeah.
Guys, I lost any rooting interest, and I think you still need. It's interesting because we used to complain a lot how it's like, it's always like Duke and North Carolina get into the finals or whatever. But then when those guys are gone, then you're complaining also. So like I said, you want to see a Cinderella. It's nice to hear the story of the David and Goliath story or whatever, but to have everybody that you don't even know these players, or you don't even know these programs.
It'll be like watching. It'll be like watching the Falcons. It'll be like watching the Falcons and the Jaguars. And that would be horrible. That would be horrible.
The Jags is in the playoffs, bro. What you talking about? The Jags is in the playoffs.
That is growing.
We'll see.
Can y'all hear me?
He's going after something.
Okay, in the building. What's going on, Suge?
Yo, man,
she said,
Joe,
"Go Tar Heels." Hey, listen. Before we move on, guys, I'm sorry. The chat, you guys make it happen. You guys are here. Let me go ahead and call you guys out, man. What we know is already on the panel. My guy, Night Ish says, "Hey, Black Man Unfiltered," and chat. Thank you, Night Ish, for being here tonight, my brother. All right, we got Marcus in the building tonight. Thank you for being here. High Value Wives is watching tonight. All right, we got some ladies up in the building tonight. We got C. Carrington in the building. She said, "Hey, BMU panel and chat. Thank you so much, sweetheart, for being here." We got my brother Trey. He already in here as well. Tyrus is in here. All right, he's already on the panel, man. Queen Smiley, she said, "Gents, just popping in to show some love." All right, Coach K, we appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you for being here. Now, I want to start out with an icebreaker video for you guys. And then we'll go into our topic after that. But I just want to have this discussion. I want you guys to see this video. And at any time you need me to stop because it's making you cringe a little bit, just let me know and I'll stop it. Okay? All right? It's one of those. Okay? JT, I hope you're ready. I'm praying that you're ready. Trey, I'm praying that you're ready. All right? Here we go. Oh, Lord, this is going to be tough. I hope my boys can be ready for this. Here we go.
Before you jump down my throat, let me...
1 second.
Male. Have my wife, Amber, 28, female, and we've been married for the last 10 years. Today, I woke up in the morning, grabbed her out of bed, showered her, wiped her ass, fed her, and then sat her inside of her favorite chair with her favorite show playing. My wife, for all intents and purposes, is a shell, a body of the person that she used to be. A year and a half ago, my wife got into a tragic car accident. She got hit in a T-bone collision going 75 while running a red light. I stopped loving my wife 2 months ago. And I know what you might be thinking, it was because she was in a vegetable state. No, that was not it. I still loved my wife inside of that state and took care of her every single day. I still take care of her every single day. The reason I hate my wife was because of what I found in her phone. I was going to do a collage of our relationship and put it inside of our room to show how commemorative we are together. All the trips we took together, all the places we have been, everything we have visited on my dime because I loved her and I cared for her and I wanted her to have the best things in the world. Well, when I went into her phone, I kind of saw some messages from the exact day of the accident. It pretty much was, hurry up. Where are you? I need you right now. I'm on the way. I love you. I had trouble getting away from him. Who's him? I'm him. I looked at the phone and I was shocked. I've never seen this name before, but after scrolling through the messages, I saw pictures, I saw videos, I saw things that I couldn't even get her to do with me. In Barbados, I couldn't even get her to do with me. In Japan, I'm sitting there like, wait, we went all over the world, and you did this next door? You did this down the street? You did this a block away? Okay, this is ridiculous. So I had to see who the man was. I had to find him. I had to know who was this great man. And I went to his page, and I saw, he was inside of a relationship. He got into a relationship 2 days after my wife's accident, after the lady that he was smashing on got put into a military situation, got vegetabilized. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Somebody that loved you with all of their heart, that would take care of you every single day while you were sick, you don't love, you're not there for, you won't do these things for, but somebody that will leave you 2 days after your accident, somebody that won't give a second fuck if you're okay after your accident, that's the person you love?
We're going to just let that breathe for a second, guys. Just let it breathe, and then we'll discuss it. We'll give it 15 seconds. Let it settle in your spirit. Okay? Lord have mercy. Ruckus, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts?
So, oh man, that was a lot to take in.
Like, keep in mind, she was headed to see him when she had the wreck.
But he's thinking that she was gonna wait. So she was gonna go see him, but yeah, because that last part kind of lost me.
Yeah, she was headed to see him, and she was headed to see the guy she was cheating with.
Oh, there you go. Okay. I thought you meant that. Okay, yeah, she was heading to see the guy
and got T-boned.
And got T-boned with the car. Gotcha. And then he found out of all the pictures that she had in her phone and her videos. Okay, I mean.
Didn't he also say that dude lived right down the street? So where was she headed?
No, he meant that in a. He meant that in a.
Like cat.
No. He didn't mean that in a. He didn't mean that in a. The dude lived right down the street. He meant like the dude was like in their back. Like the dude was like right down the street, like a local guy, basically.
Yeah, he's a local. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that is crazy. I mean, dude, and the fact that he's still with her.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to say, man. That's dude. That's wow. I mean, I'm lost for words on that situation. I've never heard a situation like that.
I mean, yeah. I'll come back to you, Lucas.
Yeah, come back to me. Yeah, I gotta gather my thoughts on this one. This was took a left turn on me.
Hey, listen, Tyrus, come on,
man. By the way, good evening, gentlemen. Can you guys hear me, Will?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Good evening, guys. Man.
Oh, and happy anniversary to you and your wife as well, brother.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. This
Absolutely.
Yeah, 15 years officially, April 4th. This is why this topic's a little bit depressing. Because if it's true, I'll entertain it for a minute. If it's true, yo, all of us would have been chucked the deuces.
Absolutely.
The moment that evidence, like, I'm not even making the TikTok, bro. I'm already gone. This is true, allegedly. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even wasting time on social media. I already got the Tinder profile up and everything. Like, yo, let's go. You know, like, I'm not doing all that shit.
Man. So, Mandrill, I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the video? I got another question about this, but I'm just asking about their thoughts first. Mandrill, what are your thoughts?
It just goes to further reinforce a point I made before. People don't value love. In general, people in general don't value love. Like, if you ask people what they're looking for in a marriage, love comes somewhere down the list when love should be the first thing. That's the foundation you got. You don't have to be, that's the foundation you build everything else off of. That's the bedrock. You know, and you're not going to be in love with your spouse the whole time. I mean, that's the nature of long-term relationships. You're not going to be in love with that person the whole time, but do you love them? Yeah, okay, you got something to build on. And that's the glue that holds it all together, is the love. And you can see the people's faces, some people's on the faces on the panel tonight. They disagree, but it's like, okay, that's why your relationships ain't working out. So strike out against knowledge.
It seemed like that love was a one-way street, right?
No, I never said love was a one-way street. I said they, plural. Both people had to love each other. You know what I'm saying? Again, you're not going to be in love with the person you're with the whole time. Any married couple would tell you that. Teruse, you've been married long enough. I'm sure you and your wife both, if we talked to them separately, would say there were times in your marriage that you were not in love. But did you love each other? Yeah.
But in this
were you in love at the time?
We're talking about an event, right? You know.
Here's the thing. I'm talking an event. We're talking about an event. Here's the thing. This dude loved this woman. He took her traveling with him. You know, she's his wife, so of course she's gonna go. You know what I'm saying? But if he's taking care of her as a vegetable, he's doing his duty as a husband. He's doing what he's supposed to do while she's a vegetable. He can't get sex out of her. She can't help him build anything. She can't help him do anything. She's a vegetable. But he wipes her ass. He gives her baths. Like this, you got people out here who look forward to that kind of shit, doing this kind of stuff to their spouse when they get old. I look forward to doing that to whoever I'm married once we get old. I want to take care of my woman. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I guarantee you that woman knew she had that kind of husband. But for some reason, and he traveled with her and everything like that, but it wasn't enough for her. The love wasn't valued. And
that's
why?
What I was saying,
if a guy's doing all that,
how did he not know?
Well, here's the thing.
How do you go that long without knowing that
here's how I can explain that too. People do a good job of faking stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Look how many dudes fake it so long and trick women into falling in love with them just so these guys can get what they can get out of them. You know what I'm saying? Look how long that kind of thing goes on. And those are just regular relationships. We ain't talking about marriage. So if you're married, you live with somebody.
Guys, you would agree.
Hold on. Let's get everybody. Hold on, Tyrese. Hold on before you go, because I want to have that discussion, but I want to get everybody's thoughts first. We go to Trey. Oh my God, Trey, what are your thoughts?
Well, the first thing is that you need to roll her ass up to a fire station with an overnight bag and leave her there. That's the first thing that needs to happen.
Perfect.
Second thing is there's no way in the world they haven't had this conversation about where she was headed on the day of the accident. There's no way. I can't believe that what was it, 2 years went by and they never once had this discussion?
Right.
Come on. You guys in these videos and social media, y'all not doing anything to help my anxiety with trust. Y'all not doing anything to help me find a wife. Y'all not helping me.
Trey.
Y'all not helping me because
Trey, here's the thing.
Who's single. Hang on, Mandra.
Okay.
Somebody who's single and is looking. When I see a video like this, I'm going, what would I do to that woman? Listen, I don't miss. Okay, you can check my marksmanship. I don't miss. real time, fake time. She would not be. She's already what, paraplegic, I guess.
Yeah.
What's the next logical step? It's time. It's time to put her on the ground. Like, there's no way you could have done that to me, and I'm going to just stand there and talk about it, and then make a TikTok video about it. There's no way there would have been some sort of consequence. And how? How do you, as a man, trust someone, and it happens to you? And then how do I, as a man, look at somebody who's going through that and say that'll never happen to me? Of course, it can happen to me.
Trey, you got to understand.
Hold on, let's get my thoughts, man. Dre, hold on, the conversation coming. Hold on, Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts?
I'll go after JT.
Well, I think that's already been said. If it is true, we're just trying to pin a scenario here. But if it is true, it's as old as Hosea and Gomer. So, sometimes you just you just find the wrong one, and again, not everyone is built for that, and it's just unfortunate when it happens. Hopefully most people are not like that, but you always have the most extreme of extremes. Unfortunately, he took a bad one. I mean, if he took any solace out of the idea that, and I'm sure, at the time he didn't, that, justice was kind of, dealt with. I mean, the fact that she's in her condition. But again, that would be, certainly me as a believer, that'd be a horrible way to, for me to look at that situation of she got what she deserved. And even if I wanted to feel the way, I just don't want to entertain that kind of energy, because that can just sort of build up. And if I'm going to be caring for her, that would be tough to swallow. But yeah, I mean, I think that, as a husband, if he's still doing that, if he's still caring for her, if he feels some sort of obligation to still do that, I don't think he's bound to her like that. But again, it's just an unfortunate situation if that is indeed true. But it's not new, and I don't want to turn this into this is a new thing with modern women or this, that, and the third or whatever. This has always been going on. And the reality is, women are a lot of times much better at this than we are. So I think that we have to be mindful of that.
JT, yeah, talk to me.
All right, so I might surprise a lot of you guys on here with my answer. The human side of me will be just like, F that heifer, you get what you deserve. That human side of me. But the more spiritual side of me will understand what karma really is. And karma is not revenge at all. It's not. It equals to something. That's what karma means. 1 + 1, the karma is 3. I mean, it's 2. Shit. However, when you have this whole thing that we call love, this is why when we talk about that whole word love, that is not what people think it is. We talk about love as a feeling, right? We don't look at love as a frequency. So that man taking care of his wife after that happened, and then finds out later what it was that she did behind his back. It did come to light, right? They don't have the same relationship that they have anymore. She's not the same person she was anymore. So him being angry, he has to go and be angry. He has to be hurt. He has to have these things, but it should get him to a higher frequency in life. It should get him to a point where, damn, I'm in a classroom. Do I hold vengeance towards this woman because of what she done? Or do I actually love her the way that I vowed to love her? Got nothing to do with your emotions. Has everything to do with duty. He ain't got to be in a relationship with her and they having sex anymore, or that's a whole different type of relationship now. Me, I still take care of her.
Exactly, JT.
Would it be easy? Hell no. I'll be going through the whole emotions that he'll be going through, but I want to be a better person than I am, right? I just because she did what she did don't mean that I have to do the opposite of what I vowed, right? It doesn't. That's a hard thing to do, but because it's hard, do I just drop out? No, because evidently, if I stay on that path that I'm trying to go to, if I'm trying to elevate myself, the things that I need in life that's going to make me a better person, they're going to be right there for me regardless. Look at that. Ain't that what they say, what the church people say? Look at God. Look at God. That's basically what that was. It revealed itself. We'll say what we're going to do and all that shit. But let me tell you something. Anytime you ever seen when people was like, if that was me, I wouldn't. If that was me, I wouldn't. Let me tell you something. You don't know until that's you.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Just put her in a nursing home? What are you going to do? Just leave her right there, kill her? See, that's not great.
Go through the divorce process.
That's not grace. I don't care. You don't even have to be religious.
No.
But you have to understand, if you know that there's a higher power, you understand that higher power has grace. And we're the vessels through that higher power.
And that's the thing, you can't hold on to stuff. And hold on, Terrell. Hold on.
This topic, you're gonna hear some real red pill shit.
Hold on. Let's get Ruckus. Then we can have a conversation. Let's get Ruckus. Then we can have a conversation. Go ahead, Ruckus. Yeah, go ahead, Ruckus.
As much as you want to roll that wheelchair down the biggest speed bump in life, man, I mean, I think he was, I mean, that's hypothetical. The situation is real. I mean, at least he's being honest with what he's expressing. You know, he's being honest with it. And it comes down, I guess, to your moral convictions, where you stand on these things, because there's going to be split. Half of people are going to be like, nah, deuces, peace out. And then there's other half of the people going to be like, you know what? I made a vow to this situation, and I'm going to commit to my vow till death do us part, no matter what. I mean, whichever side you fall on, that's the side you fall on. So it's kind of like, from a biblical perspective, I would say, you know, he who has been forgiven much forgives much. You get what I mean? At that point, his wife became his biggest enemy when he found out that she cheated on him. So what does the word say? Love your enemies. You know, so it's kind of, you know, love your neighbor, love your enemy, but it's hard. But because Jesus at the same time said, you know, well, because of the hardness of your heart, I'll go ahead and allow for divorce based on adultery. So he gave a way out at the same time. So even if he took that route, he wouldn't be wrong for taking that route. He has the biblical grounds to do so. But I think it's putting a bigger picture on his moral convictions, that he actually stood there and continued to take care of this woman that couldn't no longer take care of herself. You know what I mean? So I mean, I'm torn between that, because it's like what you guys said. You know, you don't know unless you're put in that situation what you're going to do in that situation. You get what I mean?
You know, I'm not going to put that shit on TikTok. That's what I do.
Oh, no, that for sure. No, for them, I'm not putting that.
That's why sometimes you got the validity of the video.
That's going to be
in fact,
private.
this is just trying to just stir a dialogue, or is this real or not? Because again,
a lot of hurt people who go on, and that's why a lot of people try to encourage people don't go on social media, but to blast their mates. A lot of people go on there being vulnerable, saying my husband cheated on me. Women do it every day. Yeah, this is bastard. This the one who cheated on me, and this the bitch he cheated with. Look, and she's showing the videos, the pictures.
BM, did you see the one with the stay-at-home mom that tried that on TikTok? Did you see that?
Yeah,
one?
see.
And
yeah, see. So a lot of
they was calling her husband's job and everything, and almost.
Yeah, but the thing is, here's the thing: is people aren't taught grace. Here's what I've discovered about people, and I find people fascinating. I used to not like people. I give them grace. I find them fascinating. They'll go there and take the oath. They'll say the words and they'll mean it until they're in that situation. It goes back to something I always I see on other platforms. Like, listen, everybody wants to be a beast until it's time to do what a beast does. It's for better or worse, for richer or poorer, until the circumstances come for better or worse, or if you're broke. they're with the vows until they're in that situation. Well, once something is pressure tested, that's how you know how strong it is. And you find out where the weak links are. In this case, the wife was a weak link. Now it's on the husband. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna hold that against her for the rest of the like? Let's say she wasn't a vegetable. Let's say she was well, and he found out she cheated. Does he forgive her, give her grace like he's supposed to, and they try to work through that and heal what's been hurt in their marriage, or fix what's been broken? Or,
but Mandrell, isn't that the
hold on? Or does he take the easy way out and break out?
Mandrell, I keep asking. I want to ask you a direct question. Isn't that the conundrum? Because in this alternate scenario where she doesn't get into the accident, there's a good chance this dude continues to get played and never finds out.
But here's the thing: that's the gamble. But it's all a gamble. Hold on. Every relationship.
Years afterwards.
I get it. Hold on. Every relationship you get into is a gamble. You're rolling the dice. You have to go. But here's the thing: like that woman, the wife, the house won. They went into the casino. She put her chips down and she gambled. She was in a marriage, something stable. She had a stable income. She had, let's call it a job, for example. But she left that job after work and went to a casino. She got her chips, sat at the table. It was red until all of a sudden black. Done. It's the same principle as people who go into casinos for real. They'll be up $250,000, $500,000. Hold on, 750. They're up, but they keep playing until they keep playing until the house wins. People fuck around and find out all the time.
All right, so maybe I might be on the limb
here. At the end of the day, does she get into that accident? Is it possible to say that she doesn't get into that accident if she's not heading to see her side piece?
It's possible.
It's fair to say you know, obviously we can say what's meant for you is meant for you. It could have happened regardless of what she was doing. But the actual act that she is traveling to go see her side piece to break her vows. See, this is where I get confused with the marriage thing. She's going to intentionally break her vows, and this isn't the first time. She's been doing it for a while. Does she get into that accident? More than likely, no, she does not. So, for me personally, it's always been the same. Since I was a kid and I was, had my little girlfriend say, you cheat on me, you're done. That's it. There's no grace. There's no second chance. There's no coming back. There's no nothing. You made a decision.
Okay, we're trading for you. So that's where it is.
So if I get married, you will know that from the beginning. If you cheat on me, so if that happens, and I found out that the reason why you are in the situation you're in is because you were cheating on me, I'm dropping your ass off at the fire station, and I don't care what anybody has to say.
Here's
Trey.
People
you know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing that
real quick, Tyrus, for all you Bible readers, for all you Bible readers, and we talk about grace and all that, and that's perfect. You guys are cooking. However, if Mr. Bennett, you would agree with me, and other people who read, Ruckus and everybody else who reads the word will agree with me. What are the only two reasons that you can break a marriage? What permission does the Bible give you to break a marriage?
Infidelity and abuse.
Infidelity. Well, you can add abuse, but back in the Bible it says infidelity and death is the only things that can break a marriage.
Yeah.
You Mr. Bennett, you muted. I want to hear what you have to say. What you say?
Now, say abandonment. If the person decides
and abandons you. Yeah. So if you wanted to leave, God, you have your God's blessing to leave. If she
so here's where I'm going to take this, because I understand.
And why the vows then?
We're trying to put the spiritual aspect on it, but here's how I look at it. The reason why I'm leaving is because in my situation or in my individual self, I know I could probably handle a one-off just cheating, but hear how that guy described the whole thing. This was an ongoing thing. This was an affair. And when I think about an affair, I think of, you're having a whole second life. That means I'm not actually you're not going for some one-off here. You're actually giving yourself a piece of yourself that's supposed to be to me to a whole other person.
She had a whole relationship.
You're envisioning, you got
she had a whole relationship.
Yeah, I agree with Tyrus on that.
She had a whole, she had a whole relationship.
The only reason that I found out that you got a whole second life is because of this accident. Or I would have continued being the cuck, or continued being the just the ignorant dude who get played all the time, 'cause I would have never found out.
Mm.
You know what I mean? I could forgive a one-off in an accident like that. Oh, you was just looking for a fling. But no, you was having a whole affair, and you was actually shitting on me while bragging about going to see your whole man. Nah, I gotta go. Like,
but the twister to that,
I'm not gonna do any revenge crap, but I gotta go. Like, I can't.
But the twister to that, Tyrose, the twister to that is this: she's not the same woman anymore. She's changed. Everything has changed about your whole situation. It's the same way that when you find out that and a lot of women have been in this situation when they find out that their husband was cheating on them throughout their whole marriage, but they didn't find out until he died. So then, you know, it's kind of like this classroom that you're just in. This has nothing to do with the other person. It's something that you've been put in. So now what you have to, it's kind of like it's checking you. She's not the same person. The situation is not the same thing. So you are not even, you ain't even got to deal with that whole thing anymore of, okay, I thought. Nope, it's been revealed. What do you do, right? So I think that the average person don't know until they're in that situation. That is not a situation that and I understand what you're saying, what you'll do right now, but I'm telling you, I've seen people that's why I said that love actually is a frequency. I don't want to get all into it, but it is a frequency. Because the reason
I've seen a situation where a woman JT, you and I previously had conversations before about how, like, sometimes when dudes cheat, it's a one-off, right? We just looking for quick hitters and go. And obviously that's not okay, but we don't be like giving ourselves to women. Sometimes women do the same thing. They'll probably get a one-off or something. But JT, don't you agree that there's a difference between the cheating and then there's the affair aspect? Like, she was having a whole other life.
Yeah, it was what you were saying. It's what Tyrus was saying. Like, he was having a whole entire life behind this man's back. So that's kind of where, like, yeah, you know what? If you were having a whole entire life outside of me, then you deserve that type of life, and I am gone.
But this is the thing. Now it's not the person that was at that time. She's a paraplegic, quadriplegic, whatever. She can't take care of herself, and she only have you to take care of her. What do you do? This is the whole thing. I get all of that. Where, damn, you was with a whole different dude. You was trying to create a whole different family. You was making it seem like you was escaping me. I get all of that. I understand it.
Did you hear what he said, though? Hold on, JT. Did you? I'm gonna add something to what you said. And you can keep cooking. Did you hear what he said? He said in the messages, she said, "Baby, I'm sorry. I'm on the way. I had to get away from him."
Yeah. And then he said, "Who is him?" He was like, "The him is me."
He also said, "You do things that my man can't do."
Yes.
Yeah.
So now.
No,
again, all of that, but given all of that, what you do, what you just, but what this is the thing, what you just leave her is the thing.
Yes. I would leave her in the hospital. Being very nice, I would leave her in the hospital, and because this is the thing. I think we've all, maybe most of us have experienced, heartbreak and the whole nine with our previous women or whatever the case may be. And it is emotionally exhausting. It is really exhausting, especially if you're trying to, work things out and so forth, get counseling, the whole nine. It is emotionally exhausting. And the thing is that with men tend to lose their lives a lot quicker than women do, because women can just go in and get another guy from the DMs or whatever the case may be. For us guys, it's kind of, we're invested completely. We've given our lives for you, to literally die for you. You get what I mean? So, I've gone through that situation, and I'm to the point now where I love my wife to death, but she understands that one slip up of any type of like inkling of an affair or inkling of cheating, she's gone. That's it. Because
that's why I landed with. That's why I landed. She's basically going to be laying there. She's laying there wishing that you was the other dude taking care of her. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
until
stay in a
Yeah,
that
marriage to that.
I
situation
can't.
changes.
I'm out. Like, I'm out. I'm literally out, dog. I'm out. I'm sorry.
Oh my
I'm out.
God, bro.
I'm out.
He wanted you with the other dude instead
I
of
think
you.
that you
You
would,
know what
but
I
that's
mean?
why I said. But that's why I said this. It's not the same anymore. It ain't like we
Oh,
about to be emotionally invested in each other anymore. So that's not that part of it is gone. So it is where we have to question ourselves. Would I just leave her ass high and dry? Would I just leave her in that damn house? Like old girl, the Diary of a Mad Black Woman, when she put his ass and she
Oh
took
no,
care of
no,
him after the woman that he was with. So it's kind of like that scenario, right?
Right.
What do I do? Do I sit back and do I torture her? It's a lot of things that go on in your mind. Do I just leave her? The average man don't know until he's in that situation.
Right.
I
And Jay-
think, in my opinion, that he still would take care of her, make sure she's straight, and then he would just move forward. He would move another way. He would make sure that everything is good with her. The average man.
that cuff in the TikTok video.
Now,
But
hold on, JT. Let me say this though, JT. He said, let's break it down, because I know Trey is all over it. He said, I've traveled all over the world with my wife on trips. I look into the phone and I see videos of this woman doing things with this man that she has never done with me and said she would never do with me because she had boundaries. So basically, your wife telling you, I'm not choking on no meat. And then you go watch a video and she'll be
so if he traveled the world now, this is where it'll be on him though, black man. Because if he traveled the world with her and he ain't got no goddamn insurance on her ass, then shame on him.
Oh
Which
my
you
God.
probably don't.
Catastrophic life insurance. This is what I'm saying. If all you had was just taking her on trips and shit like that, and you didn't have no insurance on her ass, that insurance was for you. It was for your ass.
Let's get Hank. What are your thoughts, Hank? Hank, you there? What's your thoughts, Hank? I want to hear my brother.
Leave that hell at the
Damn, man, that's tough, man. That's tough.
Yeah. I wouldn't have went for that, man. I just don't understand that shit, man. I didn't see the video, but I don't have to. I could just imagine and visualize this man
overall,
he laid it down like that.
Overall, she was in the car headed to a side dude house. She got T-boned because she ran a red light trying to get to that extra meat. She a paraplegic. Now her husband taking care of her. He went to go get some pictures out her phone while she was in. Oh, dude, and saw all the videos of her just going in with the dude, text messages, I love you, all this shit.
Yeah, I would have handed her the phone and left the building.
But she can't even pick up the phone.
She can't pick up on. Yeah, she's paralyzed.
So you call 911 like a gentleman, and you up?
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't give her nothing. Like she better hope Siri call her ass for her. I wouldn't do shit.
Alexa, call 911. Hey Siri.
Honestly, black man. Like,
that's bad, bro.
I'm being a little like over the top and embellishing.
I got
obviously, you wouldn't just drop her off. What I would do is I would call a family member of hers and say, "Look, you need to come get her. You need to come get her because this is what I found. I can't do this. I can't take care of her."
Now, how could you have a conversation with this man though?
What with a family member?
Oh, I thought you said call the dude. I was like, God damn.
Relationship. That guy had another relationship.
Yeah, he was in another one.
2 days later, he was in another relationship. He moved on. He's good.
I would have fucked that up. I would have fucked that up. Yeah, I would have fucked it all up. Everything would have fucked up that night. Yeah, I'm gonna be real petty. I'm gonna fuck every goddamn thing up.
Oh man.
And matter of fact, I'm gonna find out where he lives because I know she got the address in there somewhere.
No, hell no. I wouldn't even go that far.
Yeah. I am. I'm going to the house and I'm showing every goddamn thing and letting everybody know in the house, the kids and all. Fuck them kids. You gonna know about your daddy? The daddy, mom, the baby mama. She gonna know. Everybody in the house gonna know that day.
Yeah, I'm just gone. I'm gone, but
I'm
they will not hear from me ever.
I'm collecting. Matter of fact, I might choke her ass out and collect the insurance. Fuck this shit. Push her ass off the goddamn bed, let her suffocate by the floor. I come back in a week. We better have she's still alive. She's still alive. I give her another shot. Push her ass off again. She found a way to get up.
But even
Guys,
with
I'm
he's
just
saying that, I
thinking
think
about
the
how long
average
it
guy,
took her
if that
to
happened to
find
him,
out.
they wouldn't know until it happens to him. And I'm telling you, most of the dudes will
JT,
still
it took
make
them
sure
like a couple of
you
years
straight. They
before
won't,
found
because
out?
you don't have to be. This is the thing. You don't have to. You wouldn't have to be emotionally invested into her in that sense no more, because it's over with. That part of it, it's over with. Like I said, the me, the human me, man, I've been like, man, I know how vindictive I can be. But when I really look at it and say, damn, if that actually really happened, and this is my, and then say if you had the children and all these different things. Now, if I was taking her on, like again, all around the world and all that, I should have had myself insured, at least on that sense. Because man, that shit's still gonna hurt, especially if you don't spend some time with her and you didn't see that shit coming. When you don't see it coming, man, niggas will lead their whole life.
JT, that rage is gonna feel you. You'll be fine.
Oh man,
That rage is gonna make you fine.
I know a guy that was a chiropractor, right? It was funny. I found out he was a chiropractor. He was a homeless man in Baltimore. And I was just down there talking to this man. And the man gave up on life. And when he told me why he gave up on life, that shit. And I was probably about 19, 20 years old at the time that this homeless man was telling me this story. Randomly having a conversation. And one of the biggest things was that he found out that his wife had his children with his brother.
Ooh.
And he gave up on life. He was a chiropractor, a doctor, a PA, MD. I don't know what you call him. But he had a life.
He only gave up on his life and didn't give up on her and his brother.
He did. Hey, look, he probably did. He just didn't mention it to me. He told me the story.
This solidifies Trey's mindset of never getting married ever. Trey's like, this is the stream. This is the day, April 7th, 10:35 p.m. That's it. I made my decision. I am never getting married.
All that work that you did like 2 weeks ago on that marriage show just all got wiped out in the first 20 minutes of the show. All that work that we did. We had that night.
Everything done.
We were talking about you christening the bathroom that you're going to be moving in. You talk about the tinted windows. You talked about all that stuff. And
I got my couch over here too in my office room, but
it's all done. It's all done.
Just worry about your favorite breed of dog,
every time
bro.
I get close, like, you know what, it may not be a bad idea. I find the right woman, man. We can make this work. We can do this. And then I see something, I go, oh, hell no.
No, but that's the thing, Trey. It's like, it's true what Mandel was saying, though. But Mandel said it earlier. He said that, everything is a risk. Everything.
Yes, everything.
People change. People can be great for 15 years. And on that 16th year, she might do something, or you might even do something. Life changes, people change. You yourself, but you really don't know that other person like that. You don't. You might think you do. You might think you do, but you don't.
Everybody on this panel took a risk except for Trey.
Trey,
we all put our chips on the table. Trey said, "Fuck y'all, I'm gonna keep my shit in my pocket. I'm gonna go."
Hold on. You say everybody on this panel been married? Is that Trey?
Oh no. Took a risk.
Risk. Right.
That risk.
I mean, like, here's the thing. You can pay as much attention. Hold on. You can pay as much attention to a person as possible. You know the ins and outs of them, the whole nine. But when I worked for the CDC, you have any idea how many women would go out in the parking lot and bang some guy at lunch hour and come right back in? Their husband never know the wiser.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? And the thing is, there's, I see Dr. Nikembe is in the chat. He was saying, hey, how do you know the end of a movie and you don't know your wife? And earlier he said, hey, if you really know your wife, you'd have seen it coming. Doc, there are some things that you will not see coming. When you're married or you're serious about a person, there are some things that you're just not going to expect them to do because you're trusting them not to. So those are things you're trusting them not to do certain things. You know what I'm saying? So when they happen,
Drell,
it is a show.
Whole different person. You
but Tarus, Tarus,
Bro,
here's the thing. Hold on, Tarus.
I'm locking her up in the garage. That's it. She's not going on nowhere.
Here's the thing. Tarus, it does happen. This does happen. Now the guy might be too focused on other things like his job or his hobbies or television or whatever, recreation or whatever. He could be focused on something else to miss his wife's behavior. Or he could have been the kind of guy who just trusted his wife. He trusts her not to cheat. Now, for me, cheating is a deal breaker because that's a betrayal. It's a betrayal of trust. You put me in danger because you going out screw someone else. All the STDs that are out there that you run into risk of your own life.
Yeah,
right. And I don't.
Yeah. Taste in your mouth after you kiss her.
Right. Thing is, you put
you found out.
In your mouth.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. For me, cheating is a deal breaker for a lot of reasons. It's a deal breaker. Period. You know what I'm saying? It's a one and done. But I'm just saying, you're never gonna fully know someone like you know yourself. You just have to trust that they're the person you think they are. That's what it's about, and have faith in that person.
Man,
that they're
Gerald,
gonna
he
be the
didn't
person
find
that
out she
that
was
you think
even
they are.
doing that. He didn't find out she had a whole second life until a couple years after that.
Again,
She was getting that work. Like she was like,
I get
he
it,
was
but
smashing her down.
Hold on, let me explain, fellas. Again, let me explain, fellas.
Jamaica.
Let me explain, fellas. The married men on this. Hold on, okay. All right, God damn it, I'm trying to talk. Here's the thing: the married men on this panel and the married men who have been married, raise your hands if you've ever checked your wife's phone. You know what I mean by checking your wife's phone?
Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah! Here's the thing. But I had a reason to because it was a long distance relationship, and I was like, let me just make sure because hey, she's in DR and I'm over here in Miami, just in case.
I got it. Sometimes we get paranoid, just like women do, and we're gonna check.
No, here's the thing, Truth. Let me explain. You're checking your wife's phone. Fair enough. That works for you. That's worked for you. But you got some guys out there who do trust their spouse enough to be like, okay, I'm trusting her not to do it. Her space is her space. That's her privacy. I'm not going to invade that. Let her have the phone calls and whatever. You got guys out there who trust their spouse like that. You got women who trust their husbands like that too. It's all about trust. And if you don't have that level of trust, then what are you doing married?
Man, Drew, ain't no such thing as privacy when you're married, though.
Man,
no, there's no such thing.
I did it prior to marriage. It was prior, but and when we were in the process of getting married,
kind of shit. It's just like,
fair enough. That's on y'all.
So we were in the process of getting married. I checked your phone, but that was the last time. That was the last time that I checked the phone when we were in the process of getting married. I was like, you know what? We're getting married. We got married within 5 months of getting to know each other. So when I was over there, I just got her phone. She's like, oh, you want to check my phone? I'm like, yeah, I'm checking your phone. She's like, okay, cool. Like, she didn't do nothing. I didn't see anything. After that, I never checked the phone ever again.
The way I look at it is like this, because I come from the era that, I mean, I'm still one of those guys that call the phone a telephone. So my thing is that I've never checked a woman's purse. I never checked, anything that has to do with what's private to her. I didn't have to. So when it came down to phones, I'm just not that type of guy where let me check your phone and all that shit. First and foremost,
bro. So you remember like throwing down the phone? Like was that really satisfying?
My phone, what I used to keep all my shit in was a black book. That's how old I am. We actually have a phone number book, a black book, literally. And we kept all our shit in our wallet.
Hey, JT, did you used to write GTD next to the?
I used to have codes names. Yeah, we used to have codes for the names and numbers for the. So it was a lot different. Like now, when I hear people talking about how they can put titles on, they little thing or whatever, I'm like, damn, that's what I had to do. So the women used to try to look for my black book. It's a little bitty black book that we used to always have. And I used to have to hide the hell out of that and remember that it was not in my damn pocket, right? So that's why you started having men carrying what people call clutches and stuff, all that shit, the European bags and stuff like that, because we didn't want to put that shit in our pocket because we'll leave it in the pocket.
Now, before we get too deep into Now, before we get too deep in the conversation, we did have a super chat that I want to acknowledge. Dr. Nkumbe is in the chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Dr. Nkumbe says, if he truly knew and understood his wife, then the only part of that story that would have been a surprise would have been the accident, period. All right, but before we address that, I have a new super chat here from one of our people on the panel. We have a new super chat song for one of the people on our panel, and I want to share it. It's for the ladies, okay? So, ladies, this is for you. This is from him to you. All right, here we go.
All right.
That motherfucker ain't shit, is it?
I saw that on IG, but it was an old school song.
That's for the ladies, goddamn.
It was that encore song, encore by Sherlyn. I mean, I don't know what black man. Yeah, I don't know why black man flipped it like that. He ain't shit.
Nobody's safe up in this piece, man.
He ain't shit.
Nobody's safe up in here.
Hey, then he got me putting on my damn chapstick.
He gonna do you like he did Black David.
Oh my God! Hey, I ain't never heard this. I swear to God, I never heard him laugh that hard in my life.
I ain't gonna lie.
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
Oh man!
Damn, man.
Dude! Oh my God, y'all got me crying, bro. Oh my God. Bro. All right, man. So listen, bro. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Dr. Nkumbi. I appreciate you, my brother.
I think if you put that on TikTok of Hink, that will go viral.
It would.
That would be a viral moment, dog.
Hey, look, I got somebody in the chat that says, hold on. We got a fan in the chat. Somebody in the chat said, I'm loving that super chat. #Hink. Yeah.
Goddamn Mr. Hinkle.
I know that's right.
Oh, hey, I gotta say this, man. That show that Coach K and the Doc did last night, man. I didn't get a chance to watch it last night, but I saw it this morning. I watched it while I was at work, bro. It was dope as hell. That if y'all didn't get a chance to see that, that was a dope ass thing. I did not know, Doc, that you was that damn animated. Had me laughing on a lot of the stuff, man, but you killed that shit, bro. You definitely killed that shit. I also want to say this too, Mandrell. That was your best show that you did Wednesday. Now that, brother, was a show. Loved it.
Hey, you know why I was so good? Because Shoo was back and he didn't have them goddamn dick suckers up there.
Yeah, it wasn't because of him. It wasn't because of his ass.
Oh, okay.
They gonna never let Mandrell live.
It was Shoo with the featured.
I'll put in the chat. I'm just here for Shoo.
Yeah. Hey, now listen, guys.
Fuck you, Hink.
Oh my God, man.
You
hey,
in frenzy. Fuck you in frenzy.
Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Nkumbe, man. Listen, I want to get the conversation started, guys. So I have a video I'm going to play a little small clip, and we'll start the discussion on did our mothers fail us? All right. So here we go.
Our mothers raised us to be that way. Understand the woman, open the door for her, and all of this. Be nice, work for the woman, and take care of her, and take care of your kids. And if she has kids, take care of her kid. Be a stand-up man. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, that same mother is teaching her daughter, Get yourself a job so you don't need no man. This, that, third, so you don't need no man. So you don't need no man, so you don't need no man. Now we got a whole community of women that's being raised not to need no man, but they got a bunch of men that was raised to want the woman and work for the woman. So in all, our mothers has failed us as men because they raised us to chase women that they taught to reject us. So we don't win at all.
All right,
I do hold
one more time.
more accountability on our mothers.
That's a fact. Cause we getting raised by our mothers.
Because our mothers raised us to be that way. Understand the woman, open the door for her, and all of this. Be nice, work for the woman, and take care of her, and take care of your kids. And if she has kids, take care of her kid. Be a stand-up man. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, that same mother is teaching her daughter, get yourself a job so you don't need no man. This, that, third, so you don't need no man. So you don't need no man, so you don't need no man. Now we got a whole community of women that's being raised not to need no man, but they got a bunch of men that was raised to want the woman and work for the woman. So in all, our mothers has failed us as men because they raised us to chase women that they taught to reject us. So we don't win at all.
All right. I had this conversation with Mandrell. I think it was yesterday, day before yesterday. We talked about this. Mandrell, we'll start with you, man. What are your thoughts?
He's absolutely right. In fact, I'm listening to him. I'm nodding my head. Like, I think my sister and I might have said it on one of our shows that's how we were raised. On the one hand, you got my mother and father teaching me to be chivalrous, respect women, you take care of your woman. Like all the men in my family, on both sides, my father's side and my mother's side, they took care of their women even in death. Insurance policies, savings, money that the wife didn't even know about. Like, you know, when the lawyers came and read off all the stuff that they had, no problem, financial problems ever. You know, even my grandfather paid off my grandmother's house, came over and cut the grass. You know what I'm saying? Like all that. So that's all I know. That's just one of the ABCs to me. You take care of your woman. You see their every need, like emotionally, physically, the whole nine. But then on the other hand, my sister, you need to go to college. Why? So you can have your own house, your own car. You can take care of yourself, this, that, and the other. We were both raised to be self-sufficient and not need anyone else. But I was raised to take care of the woman. My sister was raised to be independent. And then, in spite of that, my sister is submissive. But submissive in the right way, in my opinion. You can't be submissive to everybody. Everybody don't mean you any good. You know what I'm saying? But that whole thing, I've seen that. I've seen that not only in the household I grew up in, but others too. So so our mothers have created this space. You're not teaching women to cooperate with men. You're not teaching boys to cooperate with women. You're just teaching them to be subservient. You're not teaching boys how to lead. You know, you're not teaching boys what it takes to lead a woman. You know what I'm saying? What do women look? Because the thing is that guys go out there and try to do for women. Women don't like it. You talk to be chivalrous and giving and selfless and stuff like that. But if you notice, like when you do that, it's largely rejected. It is. That's why you have that whole thing where guys say you can't be too nice to a woman, or you have women tell you you're too nice. The women to tell you. I've heard that times. You're too nice. What does that even mean? So I mean, you know, yeah, it's something that's been in our culture, and it's to the point where now it's kind of, I think we can probably count it as tradition these days.
Yeah. Now I want to go to Tyrus because I remember Tyrus I think I remember Tyrus telling us a story about his relationship with his mom. But Tyrus, what are your thoughts about the video, and have you seen something similar in your life?
I don't know how many times our younger men are going to get different versions of the same tired ass narrative. When women, and I've come up here on multiple panels and said it, when women are talking about, I don't need a man, they are purely speaking from a labor market perspective, right? Of course, they need a man for the chivalrous shit. Of course, they want a man who could change their tire and take care of their car and do all that and be the home defender. They are simply talking about from a labor market perspective. Why am I the only one who routinely understands that? right? They don't want to be tied to a man financially because that tends to be the easiest way to garner control in a relationship. They want to be with a man because he makes her feel safe and secure. But when you're having that power control, it's not sanctuary. Now it's a prison. And a lot of guys don't know the difference between that, right? Like I used to hear, like, unfortunately, we tie, and I told you guys this, us guys tie way too much of our character, of our self-worth to how much money we make for someone else. And that's not what women are talking about when they say they don't need a man. Y'all guys gotta understand that shit. And here we go, another dude trying to be like a glorified A. I need to make all the bread. That's the only way to keep a woman around. How many times am I going to have to address the same tired narrative?
All right, I appreciate it, brother. We'll go to Hink. Hink, what are your thoughts?
Let them hoes be hoes, man, and leave them out. Fuck them. Don't take. If them heifers gonna sit there and talk about, let me say this, guys. If you dealing with a woman, she says I don't need a man, you leave her. You have nothing to do with her ass. I don't hear you want a man. I need to hear you need a man, because that's letting me know that you need a strong leadership, guidance, and direction in your life. You need somebody going to be logical, not always thinking off the emotional aspect all the time. So I'm not dealing with a woman who says I want a man and not I need a man. I'm not. My lady told me, said, I need you. I ain't have to hear nothing else. Right then and there, it lets me know she got a chance with him. And then she showed me other things. She gave me other little signs, and she my list, my standards that I had, she was willing to do those things and things that she was already doing. Because that's what I was searching for, what I was looking for. If that takes me 5 to 10 years to find that woman, so be it. Because you got a lifetime to deal with her. You got a lifetime to be involved with her. You got a lifetime to enjoy her and take her in and show her the finer things. But somebody want you, man, that's just like they want a clutch purse. That's how they treat a man. Yeah, I don't have to have one, but it's nice to if I do.
You really got caught up with the wordplay, huh? You really that oblivious
Tyrus,
to
come
just
on,
get
man.
caught up in.
Hold on, let him finish, Tyrus. We won't let everybody get theirs out. Let him get it out. Let him get it out. Go ahead.
In a relationship, it's the same thing.
No, it's not, man. It's not, man.
Yeah, it does.
When a woman says you, I want some water, right? But I need water to live, right?
I want
to have the best of water. If that means I have to drink tap water to survive, so be it. But I want some aquafina.
Tyrus, stop interrupting him. I actually want to hear what he has to say. Tyrus, stop interrupting him. I want to hear what he has to say.
Let him cook.
Come on, bro. So, again, fellas, if a woman tells you, I want you, and she don't follow up with somewhere and I need you somewhere, yeah. Don't let it go, man. Again, you a dime a dozen, and she'll move on to the next man and tell the next man the same thing. Let him have it. Let him deal with it. And all the issues and problems she's gonna bring because she doesn't appreciate you. I want to tell you she needs you, she appreciates you. She realizes what a man is. She has respect for a man. She understands that. She realized there's certain things that I can't do without a man. So I need this man to be in my life, to do certain things, to make me feel secure about certain situations. I don't have to come in at night, come into a dark home, and nobody there to make sure I'm there safe and sound. I don't want that. But you got a lot of women who's dealing with that right now. You got a lot of women going in right now, probably on a Friday night, crying themselves to sleep because they don't have what everybody else wants. They looking at their married friends, wishing they had that. Matter of fact, some of them might be plotting and jealous and envious and trying to get in there. If you're showing how good you are and you have them girlfriends that like to talk a lot and share everything, they'll make moves. You got some scandalous chicks out there will do that. because they realize that's a good man, and she don't treat him right. So what can I do to sneak in there and get what I need to get that man to treat me like that? And I can treat him
How
like.
long have you been married? How long have you been married? Like
Well,
longer
brother,
than
man,
me, right?
Calm down, brother. Calm down, brother. Let me finish.
Please don't tell me you're another single dude trying to tell single people what relationships are like. Please don't tell me that.
Hink is engaged. He's about to get married.
Stand down, man.
And you're older than me, bro? Like, dang. Why y'all single dudes be on this internet thing so bitter? Y'all talk about relationships in such a
why you love the simp so hard?
What do you mean simp so hard? That I believe that relationships is a good thing and a good thing to be in?
Did you hear me? Did you hear me sit there and say relationship was a bad thing? You didn't hear me say that.
Bro, look how you talking about it right
now.
No.
Look how I'm talking. I'm telling you to find the right woman.
What Hink is saying is do not negotiate with terrorists. That's what he's saying.
You said it again, Ruckus?
Like,
I said what Hink is saying.
A dude who's single than a dude who's married. That don't make any sense.
Look here.
Nobody interrupted you when you spoke.
Right, Terrence. So you gotta let everybody
me when I speak all the time.
But in this
hold on. So Hink. Okay, let's let Hink finish. Right, let's let Hink finish. Hink, finish what you have to say, bro.
So again, fellas, please hear me out, guys. Find that right woman that's going to need you and want you and appreciate you, respect you, and love you. That's what
Hink
you
just
do.
Said want. Hink just said want. Ooh, you're not supposed
Hold on, Tyrus. Let him finish. And Hink, I also want to get your your mind in on. Do you think that mothers failed us? Do you think the mothers failed us?
Yeah, big time. Yeah, big time. But let me finish all this.
Go ahead.
Man, find that for yourself because you deserve it. Being that you're the prize, you the crown prince, you the king, you deserve every bit of it. So make sure you get the right woman. Allow these Pookies and Ray Rays to have them leftover chicks and let them move on and do what they do. You find that right woman's going to respect you, love you, and appreciate you. And as far as the mother fella, yeah, they have. It's unfortunate that they have, and they teach their daughters to be like it. So now it makes that good man has to work 4 times as harder than he should have to work in order to get that woman because she's so overly independent. She feels like she don't need a man until she gets in situations, until she gets flat tires, and it's going to take 45 minutes for AAA to get there. But if she had a husband or a man, that man be there in 20, 15 minutes. Changing the tires, keep it moving. Picking up her luggage when she comes in from her trip, that 70-pound bag that you got to pick up off the roller and then take on up out to the car. Yeah, he'll take her all that. Make sure your car's warm in the morning when it's cold outside. But these over the independent women, they like it's because guess what? They're mothers. And the mother's probably mad because their husband left them and moved on, probably found them a nice, good, decent woman and moved on and is living a better life. But yet the mother's single, mad, and bitter. Jealous of her daughter. She looks pretty, but trying to keep her single, just as single as her. So yeah, I believe that, a black man. I'm done.
Well, what does it say about your productivity that no woman has married you? Like, isn't it a two-way street? Like, what does it say about you that you're unmarried? Like, see, now I'm gonna have to go there because we always talk about.
You don't have to, Tarus. That's not relevant.
What does it say about you that no woman wants to be with you? Right?
He's with a woman.
He's about to get married, Tarus.
No. Let's keep it from this perspective, like this event. What was it about Homeboy that she had no problem living a whole second life behind his back? Right?
Maybe there was nothing wrong with him. Maybe there's nothing wrong with him. We don't know.
Something wrong.
We don't know.
Can I say something right quick? Can I really say something right quick? And I know, and I don't want to be skipping, man, because I want to fuck up. But let me explain something right quick. When you in a fucking marriage, when you are in a relationship, it has very little to do with you. A lot of people ain't understanding this. Let me explain. Can I say what I have to say, bro? I'm gonna land this plane real quick. Has very little to do with you. You know why? Because I see older people. I got my mother, my father. Their marriage wasn't just about them. They got me, they got my brother, I got kids. You know what I'm saying? My brother has kids. It's about family. What's happening right now is exactly what Hink just explained. We got people that don't want to deal with family shit. What he was just telling men, because at the beginning of if you was paying attention, at the beginning of the doggone show, they had a man that invested in a woman that invested in another man instead of him. She ended up being fucked up in life. You know that man ain't gonna stay with her. He gonna make sure she's straight and we going on. That was why we said what we said. However, what we are talking about is being able to do what Mandrell talked about earlier. Gamble, right? All of us on this, that's why I was saying, every one of us on here is gambling right now. And I said, except for Trey. I don't know if he's putting a gamble. Every man on this panel gambles. We all gamble. And we lose. When we lose big. We lose our we lose our livelihood. We lose our family. But this is what the good part about being a man is. We gain that motherfucking shit back.
Okay,
and we don't do it because we want. Hold on, we don't do it because we want people to like us. We don't do it because we're trying to it's politically okay. We do it because it's a necessity in our fucking life. We gotta take losses in order to gain something. This is the number one thing right now. What he's asking is a big thing. Did our mothers fail us?
No.
Me personally, my mama didn't. But I look at her surroundings and I can tell you right now, in general, the answer is yes. I yield the floor.
Hey, keep in mind,
so
we're not saying.
Am I the only one who's going to ignore the fact that Hink just said the male version is, yes, King, go get your bag. F these women. You don't need these. That's exactly.
You don't even talk like that, bro.
That's not. Here's the thing. Also,
the reason why I tuned out Hink is because that sounded like some better male shit.
All right, cool.
Okay, now, Hink, hold on. Let's let Hink respond. Hink, did you want to respond to that?
Man, I don't. I'm not gonna because he's a clown, man. So I expect that from him.
And you're single. Yeah.
It doesn't.
And you're single.
Say what you want, but again.
Well, yeah, bro. Because at the end of the day, I'm where you wish to be at. That's
no, you're not. You're not. You're in a garage. You're in your garage, away from your house.
But I'm married. Yeah. I'm in the garage in the house that I own.
I got you, though. But I'm not in my garage. I'm in my home. Inside my home, my residence. I'm not in there trying to catch a exhaust pipe dust.
In your mom's basement, bro. But
also, don't do that.
Why doesn't a woman want to be the leader?
Don't do that. I got two houses, dog. I got two houses. I don't need to be in my mama's basement. I ain't living in my mama's house.
You don't have two wives, but you
I don't need two wives. Only need one.
All right.
Barbershop kind of started.
All right, okay, fellas. All right,
let's get. That's okay. Don't be jealous.
I got it, fellas. Tarus,
let me jump in here.
Hold on, Mandre.
Get back on message.
Hey, y'all light skin. Y'all supposed to come together.
No,
hey, don't put him under my belt. He's a mutt.
All right, I'm trying to wrangle him in. Okay, fellas.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, so let's go to Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts? Have mothers failed us, Mr. Bennett?
Wow. To me, it's more nuanced for me. This is almost like if you take someone who never drove a car and you put them in a car and put them on the highway, and then you want to ask them, well, did they fail us or whatever? I mean, I think there's a lot of breaking points all over the joint. The fact that women, we're putting on women to raise, especially men, and I don't think that's a role that I think they necessarily need to have. Without that balance of raising men to be men. I mean, one thing I have seen, and again, I can certainly speak from my personal experience. My mom definitely failed me, but for a lot of reasons that weren't necessarily her fault. All right. But I do see more women raising sons, basically not to be leaders, but basically to take care of them. I think the son husband thing. I think moms who think that their sons need to be their first priority even over their wives. I've seen it personally and whatnot. I think that is something that is a major parenting flaw that, women, if you're going to have that role to raise men. And again, that's not an ideal situation, but it's the situation that you've been dealt and you've done it the best way that you can. the outcome is still going to be the same. But I don't necessarily want to pin it on. I mean, we've talked long enough about the dysfunction in Black families and whatnot. And a lot of these values that we're talking about as far as the chivalry towards women, a lot of this came from our fathers. You know, my dad told me to open up doors for women and take care of them. The Bible talks about love her, regard her as the weaker sex or the weaker vessel. So a lot of that caretaking, that came from men to do that. Now, are women respecting men? Because it says, Bible says to love your wife, but wives, respect your husband. Is that respect game still there the way it needs to be, or are women being raised to respect men or respect their husbands? That's an issue that we can certainly debate and critique. There definitely seems to be a lack of respect there. But for women to be put in these situations to try to raise men, I don't think that's a tenable situation. But again, you're giving women or putting them in an environment. Again, whether they caused it or not, again, we could debate, but that's how we came up. All right. So a lot of guys on this panel, we got here the way we got here, and we've had to deal with, and some of us had to grow up. Some of us didn't get what we needed to get. We had to go and get it. We had to get in panels like this, develop men's groups, to join fraternities, and all kinds of associations to grow ourselves as men to be the best men that we could be. But to put that to say that women fail us, I think there's, again, when the dams got holes all over the place. And so to focus on the women, I don't think that's going to necessarily lead to a productive outcome. What are we trying to get out of this? Because there's a lot of holes all over the place that need to be addressed. But I don't think a woman should be in a position to have to raise men all by herself. And the outcomes that we get, we shouldn't be surprised by them. But that's the situation that we're in. So where do we go from here is, for me, more the question I'd like to, pursue.
Mr. Bennett,
can I
is
answer
women
real quick?
being in the labor market that threatening to women? No, I gotta ask you, as a guy who's been at the highest profession, is a woman simply having a career that big of a threat to these dudes?
No, we listen.
No,
We're
I
not
don't think
talking
that's
about.
That's
not what we're talking about, Tyrone.
Can I answer that?
We're talking about. Hold on, JT, just a second. We're talking about, when we talk about if our mothers failed us, we're not talking about from a standpoint of what she does for a living. We're talking about her surroundings, the people that she had us around. Hold on. But I know. Hold on. I know a woman. I know a young lady that has a very good. Well, I knew her. I don't talk to her. I don't be around no more. But I knew a young lady who had a job, worked hard, but she dropped her daughter off. Her babysitter was across the street. She dropped the daughter off at the babysitter, and the babysitter husband used to whoop her ass in front of her daughter. Beat the shit out of her right in front of her daughter. And she said, well, that's the only babysitter I got. That you're failing your daughter because you're putting your daughter in an environment that's not safe for your daughter. So you have failed that child because you don't know what that will do to that child's psyche by you leaving that daughter with a babysitter whose husband is physically and verbally abusive to her. She failed her. That's an example of what I mean.
But I have to say it's way before then. I have to say it's way before then. To answer Mr. Bennett's
go ahead.
question, right along with that, it's about not giving and opening your legs up to any Joe Blow.
Uh-oh.
If we're going to have the conversation, let's have a real conversation. We talked about men already. But if we're going to talk about women,
this turned into
when it comes down
another
to the
women
failure
shit panel. This is what it's turned into.
Okay, so
that's another women.
Let it be that on this Friday. Let it be that on this Friday.
I'm the only one answering.
Hey, Tyrus, we're going to let it be that on this Friday because we already had the men shit. So let's be fair.
Tyrus, hold on. We will be balanced. Hold on, Tyrus, because last Friday we did talk about the men. So we're going to talk. So this week we're talking about if mothers failed us. So JT, go ahead and
continue. My pain doesn't come.
We just watched. I'm the only one watching the video we just watched.
We're not talking about the video anymore.
We're talking about the video. We're not talking about the video, Tyrus.
Right. And even Mr.
Well, Tyrus, you also keep interrupting and not letting everybody else get the opportunities.
Bro, because y'all keep going all the way over here and says staying on topic, man. Sorry.
Okay, so Tyrus, what's going to have to happen, Tyrus, you're going to have to allow people to get theirs out, bro. If you disagree with him, mute and talk to yourself. Well, we got to let these other guys get it out, bro. We got to let them get it out.
Can I quickly though address, just respond to JT?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Bennett. Go ahead.
Again, but this is happening, but you're talking about the close your legs off. But again, I'm talking about in nuclear families or families where you have the parents, the mother, father in the house or whatever. You're still being raised with the same dynamic for men to be, again, chivalrous and whatnot. But again, are the women being raised to respect a man? I mean, so again, like I said, a lot of those values, my dad taught me those things.
But again, in the nuclear family, this is
right,
where I was
so we can't just pin it to, we're not talking about the lowest of the lower or even the
no. I was still there. I'm gonna still stay there. It's still the nuclear family, but it was men that they had children with that they didn't love or respect.
Also, JC, I'd like to add this. I don't think the women meant any harm in doing this, because when you talk to them, they say, hey, that's all I knew. And it really is all they knew. Is you know what I'm saying? It really is all they knew. So I don't think they meant any harm. I don't think that they knew that this was going to be the outcome. I'm not going to talk about that. It's not a shot at you. I'm not pushing back on you at all. I'm just putting it out. Like, that's my perspective. I don't think they meant any harm at all. If they knew that this would be the outcome, they would have tried different things or a different approach or something to that effect. However, like in Black Man's example, the woman took her child to a babysitter, but there was abuse in the home, and the woman's child witnessed that, and the woman's reason was, well, I don't know another babysitter. Instead of looking for another babysitter, you know what I mean? It might be inconvenient. She might have to drive across town or try something else. That's what she's stuck with.
It was convenience. It was convenience over protection.
Right.
Exactly.
I think that, but here's the thing. We're supposed to be the protective ones, chiefly. Now, granted, you got some women out there who are some mama bears, like my mother. You mess with her cubs, you're gonna get the claws.
She's gonna be cocaine bear. On your
ass. Exactly. You mess with her cubs, you're getting cocaine bear. You know, but not everybody had that luxury. My sister and I both, when we talk, we consider ourselves fortunate.
So it's good for us. It's good for us.
They taught like even new nuclear families, the kids are taught, like my sister and I, we were both taught to be independent, how to take care of ourselves, how to cook, clean, all that stuff, right? And I was also taught like by both my mother and father, how to take care of a woman, what you do, this, that, and the other. My sister, on the other hand, different story.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I was getting ready to go to. When it comes down to that, the only reason why I led with the whole thing where it's being selective and who you procreate with is because it's not about intentions. It's about the actions, pretty much.
Well, the outcomes.
It equals to outcomes, which is what we was talking about earlier. Boy, Black man, you out cold with this. Karma. That's what it comes down to, right? So when you're talking about did our mothers fail us? Yeah, I mean, the short answer is yes, in general, right? Like I said, me personally,
right. And let me ask something.
Me personally, I couldn't say that. Oh, go ahead.
Even with my mom, I feel like my mom failed me, and I've talked to my mama about this, and I've said this to her, and she said, "You know what? I didn't know at that time that I had put you in that position." Now, we're not saying that they knowingly, because sometimes it's knowingly and unknowingly that they put you in these positions that fail you, right? My mom and dad will be married for 40 years this December. They're still together. They've been together for 40 years. But my mom at times have said some things to me or have acted in a way that made me feel like she failed me. And I've talked to my mom about this, and she's admitted it. She said, "You know what, son? At that time, I was younger. You were my first child. So I didn't know how to be a mother at that time. Me and your dad did our best, but your best failed me. Right? You know, there was things that I would say to my mom, I want to be something. Like, just for an example, Mama, I want to be just an astronaut. Boy, who finna pay for you to go to that kind of school? I ain't got no money to pay for that. I don't know how you gonna get there.
Right?
This is like this, and me and my mama had this conversation. Anytime my brothers and sisters and I would say something about what we dream to be. All right, my sister, I want to be a doctor. Oh shit! You know how long that's gonna take? Who gonna pay for that? And we ain't got no money. Hell, we barely making it now. Right? And that burden was put on us. She failed us. Because she didn't encourage us to be the best we could be. She told us we were limited to who we could be based on her financial situation, not mine.
But like in that situation. So again, your dad, because again, so your mom and dad they've been together 40 plus years.
Yes.
Was there anything he could have done in that situation to undo or to help facilitate that which you were talking about? Is there any way he could have came in and could have put a stop to that or something? Was he even aware that those sort of things were happening? What was the dynamic between the two of you that could have? Because I think that certainly moms, should be very influential when you're younger.
Right.
But again, that's why I believe once a man, I mean, again, take from the Jewish community, I mean, that Bar Mitzvah thing, when the kid turns 13, I mean, you become, the men should be taking over and should be guiding you in that, man. So what was that dynamic with your dad that kind of interaction with your mom was still, even to this day, something you remember, but your dad couldn't help you with? Or how could your dad have helped you in that situation to overcome that?
I think at that time my dad could have spoke up. I was young. I don't even think I was at that age, 11 or 12 yet. I think I was probably 8 years old, some shit like that, 9 maybe, right? But so my dad was there, and my dad will say little things. Your dad always gonna say some shit to you, when you're a boy. But it's just like any man on this panel is close to their mom. You know that you will get more nurturing out of your mama. So you go to your mama for certain shit, and then you say some shit around your daddy, but you're not gonna say certain shit around your dad. It's just an aura of what you're trying to present. So if you go to your mama, you want your mama to know all your hopes and dreams. Your daddy already gonna keep it real with you, but your mama is the nurturer. You want your mama to say, "Yeah, baby, you got it. Hey, I got your back 100%." But my mama, who finna pay for that? Yeah. And I remember one time she got me, boy. Listen, my mama's a comedian too now, so she got me one time. I said, "Mama, I got a new dream." She said, "What's that?" I said, "I want to be a pilot." She said, "Boy, you got glasses on. You blind as hell. You can't fly no plane." And I was like, "Damn, mama said I can't come with you. Damn, I'm gonna come tell you I'm gonna be I'm gonna go work at the plant or something."
That's terrible, Black man, because most pilots have corrected vision. Almost a large majority of pilots have corrected vision.
Right, and that's stuck with
but would you say that your mom? This is the thing. Would you say that your mom had failed you? Because I can't say that my mom. That's why I said that she didn't. Because this is the thing. My mom made sure she had the balance with me and her. Because if I just had, and I always look at my parents been married for 53 years. So when I look at my parents and I see the balance with those two, the thing is that I'm like, damn, if I was just with my dad, man, I've been poor as fuck. I'd probably be rich as shit because my father was just one of those guys. His whole thing, he was stingy.
Right.
He was stingy. Yeah. Do you even hear that word anymore? That nigga was stingy as hell. My mom she was more giving, right? But she was too damn giving. My mama give her last for real. Literally, she'd give her last. So she needed my father because he was the no man. He was the one that was no. He needed her because she was the more not just forgiving, but she sees a little more. She has more compassion for people. Right. She gave to his siblings, and he was like, "Fuck them." And she was like, "No, they having they problems or whatever." But it was the same thing with me and my brother. With the combination of them two, man, it would have been it's just awesome. But with them being separate, I know if it was with her, I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now. I know, being in Detroit, living in, born and raised in Detroit, and if it was just my mom that was taking care of me, I'd probably be dead or in somebody's prison. No doubt about it.
And that's the point that I'm making. She had some really, really great moments. But she has some moments that stick to your ass.
Dad, right, but I don't think that she failed you specifically because she had your dad to balance. It's like the ecosystem. You know what I'm saying? You just get a little bit of both. And that's where when I see it man, this is something else, bro, what you just put out there. Did our mothers, fellas, we're not talking right now. 2023. We ain't talking about our daughters because my daughters are 1996 and 2002. We're talking about 1950, 1945, 1955. We talking about that generation.
Yeah.
And in that generation, I think that generation was basically on the path to where we at right now when it comes down to specifically Black men and Black women.
Mm-hmm. Now let me ask this, JT.
Yeah,
I don't. Mandrea, I know what you. I don't know what you about to say.
No, I was about to say. I don't think my mother. I don't think my mother failed us at all.
You're right.
Look at how we turned out.
Now, when it comes to,
let me hop in here because
real quick, Trey. When our mamas said to me, when I'm riding the bike and I come over them damn handlebars and I get up and I'm looking like Freddy Krueger right after the burn, and I'm like, God damn, mama, boy, shut your ass up with all that crying. Get your ass over here and wipe your face off. Get some water out of that damn hose over there, right? But then my sister, like the dude said, like when somebody said on here about your sister, Mandrea, somebody's sister. My sister will be riding and she'll run into a pole or hit the back of a car. Oh, come here, Mimi. Oh, you all right? You okay? Right? So can we look at that as failing us? Because now you're telling me as a young boy, I can't have no emotions about anything. Right? Because anytime you would cry, have any type of emotion, scrape your arm, be disappointed about something, shut your ass up.
Well, that's because they did. Again, they're not.
Mandrea, you said your mama told you the same thing, right?
Look, I told you I was in a boxing tournament. I came in second, and my mom made this look on her face, like bum ass nigga. Like that's the look. She didn't say it, but that was the look on her face. The look on her face. You know what I'm saying? It spoke volumes, and I was like, "Hey man, listen, I lost, but I mean, I'll get it back. I'll get it back."
Trey trying to hold it in.
And so look,
yo.
But here's the thing. Like I said, the look on her face. I laugh at it now. In fact, like a week ago, she and I had a conversation. She and I were talking, and I brought that up. She said, "Oh yeah, I remember that." I said, "Yeah, what did you think of that loss?" She was like, "Well, you get them next time." And see, there you go. The look on her face said one thing, but what she was actually thinking was something completely different.
I gotta say that. What she said. Like a man when he was 8. So I'm picturing this 36-year-old looking man.
No, but here's the thing.
He said she'll get him next time.
She's like, well, he'll get him next time. But like I said, that goes show the look on her face. I thought she was thinking something completely different. And here I am, 44. We're just now talking about it. Because on the ride home, there was nothing. We didn't say a word to each other. You know what I'm saying? But my mother, I asked her one time, said, "Mom, why were you so hard on me?
How old were you, Mandrea?
When?
When you lost the fight?
15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I mean,
you look 55.
Anyway, JT. No, I asked her, "Why were you so hard on me when I was coming up?" You know, it didn't take all that, right? She said, "Yeah, I had to make sure." I said, "Make sure what? What was it?" She said, "I refused to raise a sorry man." I said,
but she didn't trust. But she didn't trust your father to give you that.
She did.
I'm feeling there's too much. There's too much of one path or another here.
No, Mr. Bennett. I'll tell you this. I agree. There was far too much testosterone and masculinity when it came to me. Okay, yeah. When it came to me, was I taught compassion? No, I learned compassion. No, I was born with that. I'd say, like I was born a very compassionate person. Like I always felt other people's pain. I didn't want anybody to get hurt. Now, when I joined the army and I saw people really act, that's when you boy got callous. And it's like, I was like, you know what I'm saying? People are gonna people. You know what I'm saying? Like so. And it's a good thing they brought me up that way because the things that I've been through, had I been any lesser of a man, I wouldn't be sitting here today. The things I've been through, you know what I'm saying? Like from the day I was born up to even the most recent crazy stuff that happens to me. If I was any less of a man, I wouldn't be sitting here. I really wouldn't. So it's a good thing. So in hindsight, it's a good thing I was raised the way I was. And I'm grateful for the lessons I was taught. I'm grateful for all the pain. Whatever pain I went through, I'm grateful for all that because there's a learning lesson in all of it. And that's what I focus on. I focus on the lessons of it, as opposed. And I was raised to think about that too. But when you're in the moment, you know full well you ain't thinking about no lessons. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're in the army and you're getting shot at, you ain't thinking about no lessons.
Right. And then I'll say this, Mr. Bennett, to answer your question as well. Then we'll move on. I'll say this: when it came to my dad or whatever, my dad drove trucks, so he's on the road a lot, cross country driver. Right. And so, back then men was getting it in, right? They was working their asses off. So my dad he was a worker, bro, until he had a bad accident in the 18-wheeler one time. fucked him up really bad.
Mm.
He was down for a long time.
Right.
But yeah, and so he ended up driving school buses after that because he just couldn't get back in the big truck no more. He couldn't go across country anymore. So my mom was there. And again, my mom would say some things. Now, like right now, I take my kids around my mom. Oh my God, they can do anything. Oh, you want to? Oh, she told my son when he was 5. Oh, you want to be the first man to go to Mars and build a house? Yes, you can do it. I said, what the fuck? I said, a pilot. This motherfucker told you he want to build a house on Mars, and you listening? You believe it? So, like with my kids, she's encouraging, she's loving. My dad, same way, right?
But she's grandma. She ain't a
she's
mama.
Grandma
She's
now,
grandma.
right? Right. And so,
program.
yeah, different program, right? So
Different
my dad,
AI.
but like again, my dad was always on the road. So my mom would say some stuff, and like I said, y'all, I sat down with my mom. We had a conversation. My mom said, "Listen, I was young, right? I was saying things that were said then. I said general things that were taught back then." And she said, "So if it happened, I apologize for if I did anything to do it because my grandma knew my mom knew that my uncles were whores. She knew it. Everybody knew it. These motherfuckers had kids popping up every 6 months. She knew it. But guess what? During the summer, you want to go be with your uncles? You want to go to Monroe for the summer and be with your uncles? Yeah, I'll say, okay, cool. I'll go over there, see my uncles bringing girls in. I'm peeking through the door. I hear women in there moaning, oh, shit. Like, and I was, 7, 8, 9 years old? And I'm like, damn, what's going on in there? Peeking through the door. And so, Mama, you knew these men was, womanizers. You knew it. But you took me over there because you wanted me to be around my uncles. Right? You knew they were whores, but why take me over there? My mama said, well, they just wanted you around and but some of the stuff my uncle used to ask me, boy, you got some pussy yet? I'm 11. Oh, this boy here, he might be gay. Yeah, this one here. He may be gay. He ain't getting no ass. And I remember those days. If you weren't getting no ass at 11, 12 years old, you was gay.
Wow.
Which grades like and how many girlfriends you got? That's what they
how much ass you getting? How many girlfriends you got? But go ahead, Trey. I'm gonna let Trey get in here because he's been waiting. Go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, this is an interesting question. I'm gonna have to, in order to answer.
You better get a better goddamn mic too, Trey.
One day, I guess I will. I'm gonna have to be a little bit vulnerable with y'all to explain this. But I've had this conversation with my mother. You guys know I was raised by a single mother. I never met my dad. My uncle stepped in. He was there for me up until his death. But one day, talk about that therapy that I'm so against yesterday. Well, one of my exercises, part of my homework was go talk to my mom about some of the things that I thought that she failed to explain to me. So a few of the topics were sex, taxes, credit, investing, right? There was a lot of topics, but there's a lot of things I felt like she left out. So you had to go have this conversation. And what I clearly learned early is that it wasn't so much that she failed me as so much as she was failed. So because she was failed, she didn't have the wherewithal, she didn't have the knowledge to teach me. She would eventually learn it later on, but by that time, I was gone. I was in the military. I had already figured it out on my own. My sister, who's 4 years younger than me, has a completely different life than the one that I had. Right? Even down to the high school she went to versus the high school I went to. She went to a completely different school. Her life is completely different than us. She went to college. I went to the military. It's just different. The issue and where me and my mother really went off the rails is because she refused to accept it or take any accountability, not necessarily for what she didn't know, but for what she didn't prepare me for as a man. And unfortunately, my uncle died I was 17 turning 18. So by the time I really sort of got into that manhood and needed him, he was gone, right? And I had to really rely on the military to give me a lot of that. But up until then, I can count on one hand how many basketball games my mother came to. I can count on one hand how many track meets my mother came to, how many football games she came to. She really got to a point where you're grown, you got it. I'm gonna give you somewhere to live. I'm gonna make sure you have clothes. I'm gonna make sure you have food. The rest was on me. I didn't have a curfew. She never went to a parent-teacher conference. Like, she never did any of those things for me growing up. I essentially, from probably age 14, sort of kind of raised myself. I had to figure it out as I was going. So for me to answer the question, yes, my mom failed me because there's a lot of things she just didn't do. She just didn't do them, right? But I cannot place all the blame on her. As much as, you know, deep down inside I want to and say this is all your fault. Well, my father wasn't around, so he takes some of the blame, a large portion of the blame. And my grandmother didn't teach her because she divorced her husband. So she didn't teach her the things she needed to know. So she had to learn as she was going. There's a lot of there's nuance to this. A lot of different answers to how this works. What I will say is this: where I got frustrated and where I am still frustrated to this day is the fact that my mom won't address it and she won't accept it. That I'm telling her as her son, there's a lot of things that you didn't give me, and that's where we have veered off. Furthermore, I think I told you guys the last time I was on that my mother asked my sister, why aren't you married? And remember, I told you before she could say anything, right. I stepped in and said, no, don't do that, because you didn't teach her how to be a wife, right? Now my sister's at that point now where she's like, you know what? As much as you were around for me, because my mother was at every dance recital, every dance rehearsal for my sister. Like I said, we had two different lives, right? She didn't teach her how to be a wife. She taught her exactly what the guy is saying in the video. Go get your degree, get your job. You don't really need a man. If you want one, fine, you can go have one. Because she had negative experiences. She got married, I think my second year in the military, she got married, and they were only married for 3 years, right? And then she divorced them. So she's had negative experiences. So ultimately, I can't speak in a whole, but I know in my particular life, yes, not only my mother, but my grandmother also failed us. And, you know, just my time in law enforcement, I saw a lot of moms. I don't want to say they were failing. I was saying that they were uneducated and misguided, and they were doing the best they could, but they didn't have the tools. They didn't have the knowledge that was necessary to be able to guide their children into the right places.
So, Brother Trey, so that's I'm kind of, I feel it. Thank you for sharing that, by the way. But I guess the thing I'm still wrestling with is you're asking her to be accountable for something that she didn't have. That, to me, that's the thing I'm still wrestling with. You're saying she didn't have that, and you at this point in your life, you recognize that, but you're holding her accountable to what?
I'm holding her accountable for not trying to find the knowledge. When I was growing up, if I didn't know something, my mother would say, go downstairs, go get the encyclopedias, go look it up. I don't know if you guys had encyclopedias. I had encyclopedias growing up. Right?
Britannica, baby.
Britannica, yo. That's how I was taught. That's why I read so much. I read everything. I read every day because that's how I was raised. You don't know it, go figure it out, go read. Well, I get confused because I asked my mom, well, if you didn't know, why didn't you ask your aunts who were married, right? Why didn't you ask your cousins who are married, right? If you didn't know, why didn't you go seek this knowledge and say, hey, look, I got a boy, I got a son, his dad's not around, I'm gonna need some help with this. Why didn't she ask my uncle? My uncle was in my life. Why didn't she ask these questions? So that's the reason why there's a portion of me that does hold her accountable, because I don't think she did the work.
Can I say something from a mom that that actually, and Doc, I'm gonna let you cook. That's because they got the Beyonce and what's that girl name? Y'all know the 1-2 step girl. They have that complex. They had that complex back then. My mom, married and everything. But she was sitting here fighting for the goddamn single women and all this crazy ass shit. And she married as hell. I used to be like, it confused me. You know, and she was one of the ones that was sitting back, you know, women, the reason why women are the way they are is because they get abused by all these men. And I'd be like, wait, but you not. You actually have a man that's right there that's learning and growing with you. Why are you on there? It's like she was fighting their fight for them while being married. It didn't make any sense to me, right? Even to this day, I look at a lot of women that were doing that. Again, when we're talking about that whole thing, like with Trey, what you were just talking about, I had to have that kind of a conversation with my mom. It was a little bit different because it was kind of like it was just it wasn't me trying to put her in her place and nothing like that. It was just one time we had a conversation and it just got to the point where we was talking about, and I was just like, this is where you went wrong with me. And I was like, I could have been better in my life had I would have got this from you, right? And I was like that with my father. And they were like, where the fuck did this come from? But I had to go to a different, because at that point I felt, this is when I came to the conclusion that I needed to have some therapy. Because I felt that my first, well, it was my only marriage. It was a failure because I wasn't prepared for what the outside world had. I was a man that had a mother and a father that was there 100. We had a nuclear family, as nuclear can be. And my father didn't have that. So that's his reason why he wanted us to have it. He didn't know his father because his father died when he was 2, and the only way he knew who his father was to go to Tennessee and Mississippi to find out, because that's where his father was. But he had that fear. So he didn't want us. The number one thing my father used to tell us that I want you at least to graduate from high school so you can get a job. Not go, and if you want to get in somebody's college, then cool. If you want to go to the military, then cool. But I need to get your ass out of high school. That was his whole thing, because he didn't graduate from high school. My mother picked that man, and the craziest part was that there were times in her life that she felt like she picked wrong at 18. She's 50. I mean, she's been 53 years in her marriage. She's 73 years old. And guess what? She wouldn't change none of this shit for anything now.
Wow.
Again, like I tell people, my father is going through Alzheimer's now. And my mother is having a time with this. But she will not want to change this for the world because of the investment that he put into her. And I said, no, you picked a good man. You know why? Because I see myself in him. You know why a lot of guys have a problem with their mama? Because they can't even find their father. They can't see themselves in nobody but her. That shit has to hurt. I can see myself, my father, flaws and all. My father flawed like a motherfucker. Like I told you, he's stingy. I don't even know if they use that word anymore. But he has so many great qualities. Yeah. He has so many great qualities, though. And as much as my mom and him sat back and argued, one of the things that they tried to minimize was the amount of times that they wanted to be away from one another. They did it when it was just too much. I've seen my parents grow up from 27 all the way up to where they at right now. That's a dope ass thing to do, because now I have a map. I didn't see the map. I wasn't paying attention to the map when I was in my 20s. I'm paying attention to the map now. They gave me a map, and they didn't do that shit intentionally.
So let's get Dr. Nakumbe in the building, man. Thank you for being here tonight. What are your thoughts on what you're hearing? Then Ruckus will get you next,
man. All right, so I have a mouthful here. No particular order. So did we all just fail Trey and I just now? The fact that we were going in order and people kept going and telling their version of the story over and over and over and taking the stories left and right. Did you just fail Trey and I? We're sitting here patiently? No, you would tell us what? Don't act like no bitch. You get in when you get in. This is the panel. It's been the same way. Jump in when you fit in, right? But did you fail us? I think it would be wrong for me to say you failed us, even though you sit looking at us and keep repeating stories and going left and right and talking your shit and not letting us get a word in. That's when I think about the word failure. How can you have failed when it just flowed, right? Didn't it just flow? It just flowed. However fucked up it may appear, we are a group of people who we've been doing this. I'm the newest. I'm the baby on the family, I call it, right? But I already know it flows. I know how it flows. So why in the world would I go and say you failed when it flows? Now I just wanted to get that up right out. Now go back to that video. When I said, and Mandra, I think you were cooking and I wasn't pushing back at all. I agree with you. We can know until we know, right? We can know a person all the way until. But how is it that we can pick a championship for a Super Bowl at the beginning of the season? How can we pick the NBA championship at the beginning of the season? How can we pick a dog for our family with teeth? If it has teeth, it can bite our ass, but it could be at home with our kids because we know that dog, but we don't know our wives. It's not the person, it's the capabilities, it's the personality. You know, when you meet certain females, she a piece of shit. She's a that one's a woo. We know when we meet them. In fact, that's where we vet them. We purposely pick the ones that we can manage. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know who has low self-esteem, who has low inadequacy, who has thirst. And if you learn those parts of your partner, I'm not saying you know the exact time and date. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you know, they always have the potential. In fact, who was it? Cat Williams was one of those comedians said, if you don't fuck yours, I will, and she's mine. Now, why would he say that? Because he knows that certain women, that's what they want and need, no matter how much of a relationship they have. He knows. And so, but again, it's a different level. It's a different level. When you get to that point where you really know your wife, the only surprise would have been that she got in that accident, in my opinion. Once you really know your partner, the potential, that dog has potential to bite. You can't tell me, for some of y'all who got pit Rottweilers, you don't carry your pistol with you sometimes. No matter how cute and cuddly it is, you already know it has potential to bite. All right, that's that. The next thing is, and I haven't shared it, or I think on one other panel. My father is my grandfather also. And my mom had me when she was 13. My mom smoked cocaine, weed laced with cocaine, and she was fucking me up on a regular. And the only way I finally got away is when you cry and you had that long pause. My little sisters, my 1.5-year-old sister and my baby sister were crying like that, and I look in the bathroom. My mom is getting high, holding them under the bathtub water. And I knew if I go in there to help them, I'm cooked. She's gonna kill us all. But she said, what happens at home stays at home. You don't tell no wife because they're gonna come in there and bust up the home. Da 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 da. Boom. I figure we'll die together. I'm not gonna let my sisters die. I did my little rescue, took them to the neighbors, and I knew nothing about Muhammad Ali, but I took that ass whooping because I knew my mom would beat me for a certain amount of time and then pass out. And as long as I could hear sisters crying, woo, I invited that ass whooping. As long as I heard them crying, I knew they weren't drowning. That being said, at my mom's grave, what I told her was, Mom, I forgive you. I went from a fallen sky to a lifetime high. I am now Dr. Nakumbi. My strength is from whatever you were dishing out. But my mom's attempted suicide, my mom's drug use, my mom having sex with a 60-year-old man, however old he was, my grandfather, and having me when she was 13, and only to have my grandmother, oh shit, bitch, you took my man, I'm gonna take yours. So my grandma took me from the home right away, put me in the foster home. My mom couldn't see me until she was 18, because back then 13 was 13. That being said, I can't fathom talking about our ancestors failed us. We have technology, we have media. If we're all that goddamn good, how come we had a George Floyd? Because we had Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. If we're all that goddamn good, how come we had a George Floyd? So it's too much going on for us to act like we're so good, but failed us. How come we have so many people getting these surgeries now, changing their entire identity and but we sit and talk about it, right? Oh, the sucking dick, but yet we're going to have a whole generation coming up, 2 generations coming up with a bunch of confusion on identity, because the people who truly felt they were way are mixed. The people who are wanting to feel this way are mixing with the people who truly feel that way, and it's just getting muddy. Now, are we stopping it? Guess what? You know how many elderly people are on their deathbed apologizing to their kid because they didn't do enough, and I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, and I'm sorry. Who are we to sit here and talk about some people failed us? They didn't know. And when you say, well, you should have known, Trey, this is not a jab at you, but let me make this clear, because I'm coming from a different point, so I'm not acting higher than thou, because I had to take my journey. I had to take 2 years off, no work, no school, no nothing, goddamn out there meditating and shit. I had to do my work, and I continue to do my work. Let me tell the truth about people who have trauma and they read a lot. I read a lot. I read a lot. Your reading has nothing about you being one to be smart. But again, that's a whole clinical thing. If you have a parent that abandoned you, especially a father, you will forever be in search of who you are and knowledge. It comes under the category of, man, I like to read, I like to explore. The true clinical reason why people in your position, like me, all these damn degrees, think I was trying to be some genius. No, the true core reason is because we're always in search of identity, always. But it comes out as knowledge and this and that and that and that. Again, I'm not trying to psychoanalyze you. I'm just saying the people who do that type of research, if you have a missing parent, that's what that's about. So once we get to know ourselves, and I'm gonna land my plane, once we get to know ourselves, we'll know there's a point where we are responsible for our lives. What my mom gave me, it was then my responsibility to take it from there. It is my responsibility to take it from there. And guess what we all told ourselves? I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna say no to my kids, and I'm gonna make sure my kids have better than me. So if you feel that they failed you, we've already made those promises to do better for our kids. And are we really doing better for our next generation when our mamas are taking care of boys who the system is systematically breaking those boys, making them soft? So here you have the system making them soft, and then you have the mama who's commanding to take care of her, take care of him. I'm taking him. Then you have a system that says when the kid is born, unless you're married, the dad doesn't even have rights. He has to go take a blood test first. So it's keeping our men with girls, men with women, so we're doing only what we can do in our time. And then the last question was, would I take care of that woman? And then this is some next level stuff that I'm above. Again, I'm cursed, I'm blessed and cursed. So let me add that in there. I'm fucked. So all my answers are not I'm better than. My answers are because I got some human knowledge, but I study human behavior. I do it for work, and I had to do it for my survival because I didn't ever have to meet my enemy again without knowing who they were. I study. Just like those who are in the military, don't you study who your enemy is? Imagine coming home from war, part of it your job and part of it your job, and then someone saying, you kill her. Did you fail those people? No, you were doing your job. And don't we have personal feelings against what we did? Yes, but we were doing our job. It's later that we might have some regret. It's later we have PTSD, but in the moment we did what we thought was right. And so, yes, I would take care of her again, because if she's ill, meaning whatever she did, I'm not saying getting some dick was ill. What I'm saying is whatever she did that she didn't feel adequate enough, I have the same shit. And the people who dealt with my shit, and one of you said it earlier, I think it was something about karma, but it was something about, and I forgot, I apologize who said it, something about we were fucked up, so now who am I to judge when they're fucked up, or something like that someone said. So I fucked over many relationships that I can't go back. I've done my repair with them, but I can't give them back that time. So my kind of karma or my give back is I might be stuck with a situation where I'm the one giving, even though I felt like I got fucked over. I land my plane. Thank you for the space to say that. And again, don't take it personal. It's just I wanted to vent that particular perspective. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong. Just an additional perspective that to me because everything we're talking about is real, but I consider that as the environment is environment. If we get to the core of it, is a different story, in my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say on this topic, if our mothers feel, I think there's two types of mothers. Yeah, I think there's two types of mothers, man. I think there are some that they did their best with whatever they could, with whatever they had, right? But even there, when them doing whatever they could with whatever they have, doing their best still wasn't enough for a lot of folks, which shows that they need a man, a good man. I'm not going to say any man, but a good man. They need a good man and his leadership skills in order to do even better. Because there's a lot of women now that they made the personal decisions to be a hoe, to do whatever it is that they want to do, to be reckless, to be destructive. And it has nothing to do with the mother. The mother did everything she possibly could. And she'll say, I did not raise you this way. This is not the way that I raised you, right? Because there's an age of accountability that once you hit a certain age, you are responsible for your own actions. And if you choose wrongly is a destructive pattern, and that's on them. But then there's other mothers that they know and they just don't care, and they are just adamantly destructive, and they really do not care.
Can I ask you a question? And I know you didn't cut me off, but can I just ask a question to what you were saying?
Yeah.
Who chooses? Because no one was born a hoe. So who chooses the hoe? I just wanted to ask for that clarification. When you talk about these hoes out here, who chooses to be a hoe?
The one that's opening up her legs. The one that's opening up her legs. So, I mean, there's these other type of women though. I mean, the way that they failed us, I'll tell you how they failed us. By not telling us to not deal with women like them. You know what I mean? Like the self-accountability with a lot of these women is almost non-existent. There are some that have that, but there are a lot that do not have that self-accountability to actually say, you know what, I was wrong in this situation. Do not go ahead and do this, avoid these type of mistakes, avoid these type of women, avoid this type of mentality, because I was there and I failed. A lot of mothers do not do that with their children. A lot of mothers prefer to just neglect the whole conversation, or even to just lie about it because they feel that they're going to get rejected with their sons. And then guess what? Then the fathers or the men, right? The men, we have to deal with the effects of what some of these women have created. We have to deal with that. Right? That's what tends to happen. The thing is, what they fail to do is telling us that we need to be with people that are like-minded. We need to be with people that are like-minded in our compatibility. My mother, when I was younger, my mother did the best that she could. She worked 3 jobs. She was married. She was a widow. And she did the best that she could, but I did not understand that until I hit probably my early 30s. But throughout the time, when I had bad decision-making skills, especially in relationships, and then she would tell me, and she would get on me saying, "Oh, you choose the wrong woman," or you should be doing this, or you should be doing that. And then I lashed out one time and I said, "Well, you weren't there in my life to begin with. I'm pretty sure if I had my father here, I would have been totally different." And that took her back. You know what I mean? And mind you, I wasn't aware at that time that she did the best that she could, working 3 jobs as a widow to make sure that I was fed, to make sure that I was in sports, to make sure that I was in every single activity. I wasn't aware of that until my early 30s, until I had to tell her, I'm like, "Mom, I want to talk to you." And I told her, I'm like, "Thank you. Thank you for everything, for every sacrifice that you did for me to become who I am. Thank you. I was not aware of everything that you did. I was selfish and so forth, but she did the best that she could."
Hey Ruckus, when you say that was just you working things out with your mom, and it was like something that you were saying to her was something that probably needed to be said because you needed to know, you needed to understand where you stood at with her. And it's like, I think just going back with this whole thing is about, we were talking about it earlier, grace. Man, that shit is like a frequency. The way that you had the conversation with your mom, my father is still here. And I remember having that kind of conversation that you had. I had to work that out because that's my origin. My mother and my father is my origin, just like what you were saying. You had to have said that. You had to say it. It wasn't like you were trying to be vindictive, or you were trying to be malicious or anything. It was just, that was a part of you that needed to come out. That was something that needs to, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, we don't know. It's all a gamble with us when we're out here having these conversations.
It is. And the thing is that My father passed away when I was super young. I was probably maybe like 2 years old, so I didn't even get to really know him. I can just remember a certain amount of facial features and so forth. I have pictures of him, right? But he passed away. He was young himself when he passed away. He was like 34 years old when he passed away. He was a businessman, held the house down, from what I've been told from family members, and he was a man's man. And one of the biggest compliments that I've received from my mother, in the past couple of years, was that when she told my wife and my mother, that they get along amazingly. And, she told my wife, she was like, man, my son reminds me of his dad, and my wife told her,
compliment right there, man.
yeah. And then like my wife told her, I heard my wife tell her like, man, he must have been a great man. And my mother says he was always a great man. My mother adored this man. My mother respected this man. My mother gave everything to this man. You get what I mean? And for her to like give me that type of compliment like that, oh man, I was like, shit, man. Like it was like a bittersweet moment because I wish that I could have met this man. You get what I mean? And I couldn't. Obviously, God had other plans. But it's just the importance that shows the importance of a male figure in the life of a man, in the life of a boy, right? Because mind you, I didn't even know at that point like the whole talkings, what do you call it? The whole talking points of boys needing men or anything like that. It was just a defense mechanism that came out at that time when I lashed out at my mother saying, if my father was here, I would have been a different person. That was just instincts. Yeah. Instincts. Where did that come from? You get what I mean? Nobody told me that. Oh, it was just something that just came out. So it tells you that men need to be there. Women need men. Children need their fathers. Like it's just we work together in unison. We can't have one without the other. We can't. We have to be together. We have to work together.
And fathers need their women and their children. Because ain't it something different when you hear a man sit back and say, I was like this, and then I had my little boy and I had my little girl. Isn't it crazy that we would sit back and we would love? And this is the thing that I learned from my parents versus my own life. My father and my mother loved me through each other. They made sure that they let me know once I became a teenager that she always gonna be here. And she'll tell me, he always gonna be here. And they used to tell me, you're here on borrowed time.
That's right.
I remember the first time I heard that shit. That shit broke my damn heart. But it made me a man.
Absolutely.
And JT, that's what I would consider failure. If one of them looked at each other and allowed that to happen, that's failure. Your mom refused to let your dad say it, and your dad refused to let your mama say it, and they made it work, right?
Yep.
If one of them said, "Oh," that's failure, in my opinion. That's failure. Yep. So the courage to not allow that to happen is the opposite of failure.
I want to raise a point for this current topic, and even in the first video we're talking about would you leave or not. I think it's important that as a man, or just the individual, I think you still need to find a way to make yourself as whole as possible. And because it's great that for a lot of you guys, you've had the conversation with your parents or your mom or what have you in terms of, well, why did you do things this way, or why wasn't I taught this, or why things happened the way they happened. In my situation, I had to come to terms and make peace within myself in terms of my situation, knowing that I would never get an answer from my mother. So just to kind of transparency on my side, my mom, since I've been born, has been diagnosed. She's a paranoid schizophrenic. So any kind of rational conversation and I've seen it with my other siblings. I'm the youngest of 5. My older siblings have tried to have the conversation, well, why did you do these things to us? Why did you treat us these ways and whatnot? And immediately she would go into defense paranoid mode and saying, well, you guys are the problem. So for a lot of them, and even with a lot of my siblings now, they still haven't come to terms with the idea that some of those scars, some of those wounds that may have been inflicted, again, not her fault. Because again, as I got older, I started to understand what mental illness is and you know, the situations that happen. I'm never going to come to terms, or I'm never going to get an answer. That is, you know, but I had to still do some work to understand. I really didn't get that understanding until I got to a point where I had to start taking care of her. Shout out to Brother Freezy. He had a panel show with Candid Ann. And that was talking about a lot of, you know, just his life and how a lot of his life was sacrificed in care of his mom and
caretaking.
Trying to come to terms with all of that. And now he's starting to live, you know, his life. But you know, sometimes you don't understand your parents sometimes until you become their parent.
Yeah.
Both my mother and my father, when they became 100% dependent on me, and I had to start really taking over some things. Then a lot of that, if I did have some hostility, if I did have some anger, the wounds are still there. I mean, the conversations, the things that were said, the things that were did, all that stuff is still there. I still remember all that stuff. But I come to a point in my life now where I let a lot of that stuff go, and I just want to take care of them. You know, well, my dad's already passed on, but for my mom, I just wanted to make sure that she's taken care of as best as she could. But it was hellacious.
May I ask,
up in
so
that
even with all that,
yeah.
Sorry, I was going to ask, even with all that turmoil, is it possible that deep inside the value system that you had was not going to, even though I have hostility, I don't like, I'm upset, I'm mad, but your value system, wherever you learned that from, is what kept you going?
Well, it's ironically because the value system came from them. Like I said, my mom is one of the most compassionate when she's right. Like I said, with schizo, it's like she could be one way and then flip it and it's back. But in herself, in terms of her compassion, her giving, I mean, my parents were known, like before I was born, like my dad was the first one that came up from the South. He got a job at Ford plants up here, and he bought this big 2-family house on the GI Bill. And all my uncles and aunts, they all came up, they all lived there. So they were like the Underground Railroad, so to speak. Everybody came up, lived with them, and then they got established. They got jobs at GM or Ford or whatever, and then they got jobs and whatnot, and they would party all the time. So again, my mom was just known for being this loving, giving, caring person. And I got that. My dad was all about the work. Yes, he had his flaws also. But my man would be, I mean, totally inebriated and still go to work every day because he said, I got so my work ethic came from my dad. So again, those values that you taught about, Doctor, I got that from them.
Yep.
But then I also picked up a lot of other stuff that again, but until I got to a point where I had to take care of them. Now, I didn't think it was fair for me to take care because I was the youngest of 5. So my other siblings, and that's why the show with Freeze was so powerful, because I understand when you have other siblings who don't necessarily want to step up and do stuff, and you realize that, you know what, if something's going to happen, it's got to be on you. And I'm over there questioning God, why it's got to be me? And then the response God gave me, at least the way I took it, was, well, why not you? Because the story I get all the time is, I wasn't supposed to be born. They weren't trying to have another. All my siblings, my other 4 siblings are close together in age. They weren't trying to have me. I was like the accident. And they split up shortly after I was born. They were like done. And I lived with both of them and had to deal with, their issues and whatnot. But I'm the guy who had to take care of them. So again, I think I'm saying all that to say that, again, for some of us, even if you don't have that conversation with your parents or your wife or the one, the person who left you, you still have to find a way to make yourself whole. And you may never get the answers that you want, but you got to, do what you need in order to function. So we're asking, should the guy leave her or should he, keep taking care of her? I can't answer that for that guy. I can quote scriptures all you want. Again, I talked about Gomer and Hosea earlier. She was a multiple offender. She would step all the time, but
she was
God
horrible.
saying, I'm going to use her as an example for you to talk to the Israelites, saying, this is how you guys treat me. I took care of you. I took you out of Egypt. I did all these things for you, but you still kept going to these other gods and worship and stuff. So I'm going to use her as an example to teach you guys. So she was a repeat offender. So, but I can give you that scripture all you want and say, oh, that's the reason to stay. I can't do that for you. But whatever you need to do to make yourself whole, because you got to keep on living. And so I just want to encourage guys that, take whatever actions that you need to put yourself in the right perspective. Like I said, there's things that I'll just never know, but I've had to live with them. But again, parenting, they say once a parent, twice a child. That stuff is real. And that for me did a lot in terms of me coming to terms with both of them and just really being in a position to say, okay, it's not the life that I wanted, but it's the life that I have. And I'm grateful for it. And I'm grateful that I've been able to function and do the things that I have done in it.
Information man, thank you. Go ahead, Ruckus. But information man, thank you for being here tonight, man. And Black David, thank you for being here tonight. After Ruckus, we'll get information man, then my boy Black David in here.
Yeah, for sure. Mr. Ben, I was going to say though, with the Hosea situation, God had told him what to expect from him.
Right.
So
yeah, man.
He was like, hey, look, I want you to go marry this broad, but you got to know something. She's a prostitute, but I'm telling you to go marry her.
Can you imagine?
I mean, hey, man, can you imagine God telling you, hey, look, that woman over there, she's a hoe.
Go marry that hoe over there.
I need to make an example from your situation, so I need you to go marry her right now.
Yeah, and he also told the kid, when she goes, go get her.
Go get her. Go back and get her. Hey, listen, but I got to say this. God didn't tell me to go marry a hoe, though. He did not tell me to go marry a hoe. So I was like, nope. I'm like, listen, I've been through my share. Like I said, I was previously divorced after a 6-year relationship and everything like that. And I told myself, I'm like, you know what? I'm not going through that shit again. I'm not. If you lied on your resume, you're fired. Easy. If you lied on your resume, you're fired. If you over exaggerated on your resume, you're fired. That's it. I need you to be authentic on your resume. I need you to be just you. You get what I mean? That's it. That's all I need. Just be you. I can care less. I can tolerate. Because this is the thing. A lot of people think that they want to be with somebody because they feel that other person is going to fix their brokenness. That other person is not going to fix your brokenness. That other person is going to walk with you through your brokenness. And at the same time, you're going to walk with that person through their brokenness. And that's the way that we're made whole. I'm not called to fix you. I can't do that. It's beyond my capabilities. I'm not God. I'm just a human, a human being that fails every single day. But that's where you miss it. I'm called to walk with you through it, and you're called to walk with me through it. And that's it. And once you have that type of mindset, everything else just flows. Everything else is just, organic. Everything else is just natural. Everything else is just, through the good, through the bad, through the ugly. As long as there's no, out of bounds type of stuff where you're having an affair for like multiple years with somebody, like, hey, that's a whole different lifestyle. That's a whole different life.
That's deceit.
Yeah, that's deceit. That's the devil.
That's the fraud.
That's the devil, man. That's the devil.
Man.
I want to challenge that, but then I'm going to be guilty of doing what I was just talking about, where I'm repeating because the information's here. So when he's done, I would like to just come back to the.
No, I'm done. I landed my plane there.
No, I mean when information is done. At some point, I would like to come back to that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Information man, thank you for being here tonight, my brother. Always showing up. What are your thoughts?
Well, the subject tonight is about, did our mothers fail us?
Yes.
That's the subject. Let me ask everybody a question. Is any of us on the panel that are fathers, that have families, were you born with DNA on how to raise a family? Nope. Did we come into the world with a training course that when you grow up, they'll say you have to have a license to drive a car and a license for everything else? But there is no training requirements to get married. Of course, I know in the Catholic religion, they do give counsel, but none of us were born in the world, men or women, with this
handbook on how to raise the right family. We make a lot of mistakes, especially when you have your firstborn. They say that you make a lot of your mistakes with your firstborn, and that's where you learn skill sets on how to raise other children that you have, because when you have the first child, you're just kind of trying to figure it all out. If we know that young men need fathers to give them certain character and principles of manhood that is necessary for that rites of passage, then we cannot expect that women are equipped with the abilities to raise a young man to be a man. Now, a woman can certainly, there's a difference here, gentlemen. A single mother can raise a son, but she can't raise that son to be a man. She doesn't have the ability to give that young man qualities, because you'll have a lot of ladies out there that will say, well, I raised my son without a father. He's turned out good. Yes, but there's still something missing in him that he's always going to seek out. And this is why young men will get involved in sports, join fraternities, all various male activities, because there's something missing that the mother was not able to give that son. So when we say that, well, our mothers didn't give us the game on this or that, can you expect them to have that innate knowledge and ability if women are not built like men? They don't think like us, and they weren't designed to function and do and play that role that a man plays in raising a family. So therefore, you'll grow up. Your mother will make various mistakes. We forget that our mothers, before they had us, they're essentially women. So they might have done their thing back in the day, whether they grew up. And you also have to think about the intergenerational things. How did they grow up? Like I had my father was one of 15 boys from North Carolina. And at that time, when people had kids, you know the story. There was no rubbers. There was none of this sort of stuff. But people mainly had kids because you put those kids on the what? Farming, right? Yep. My grandfather was a farmer. So you had kids, you had lots of kids, you put them on the farm to work. And when you have those many kids, even a father and mother can't give every kid all the love that they want, because there's so many kids and you're living at a time that they grew up in during the Great Depression, all these different things, all these factors. So this happens to men, I notice a lot. You guys may not agree with me, but females are sometimes more resilient than men are when it comes to things that happen to us in our parenting. You know why I know this? Because it took me till I was about 35, as I heard a brother up here say this in his 30s. It took me till when I was about 35 to come to grips with some of the issues I had with my father. I had to let it go. I had to get over things that I did not have any responsibility in creating. And then once I realized how my father was raised as well as how my mother was raised, unfortunately, people repeat only what they know based on whatever function or dysfunction occurred in their family. So understanding that my father didn't grow up with this lovely love fest around him, I always would say, hey, I wanted my father to provide a certain element. His element was, I go to work, I put the food on the table, boom. My mother grew up with a certain element of being nurturing and being always concerned about my better benefit or what's going to happen to me. So sometimes mothers can hold the son back because the mother nurturing qualities is, I want to love you. I want to protect my son as best I can. And sometimes in protecting us, they don't always tell us all the dangers. Whereas the father is going to let you know just like it is. This is what you're going to be dealing with, son. This is what to expect. So my father was a little bit more harder in his rearing of me based on the fact of how he was reared. He wasn't reared being cuddled and what have you. My mother made a lot of mistakes, things that I didn't appreciate. You know, especially when you have a mother, let's say you have a mother that divorces your father and then she gets involved in other relationships, and you can see it as a young man growing up that, you know, she's engaging with the wrong type of, you know, man, what have you. And you're a child growing up and you're trying to figure this all out. Like, why is mom making these decisions? Why is she doing this and this and that? But we forget that they're humans. They are people before they had us. They have their flaws. And at some point in time, we want to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of our parents or our mothers, in this case, mothers, in the way we raise our own kids. And we got to make sure that we are honest with our kids so that our kids don't grow up and have these same, harbor these same types of thoughts and feelings about us as parents. Because we might think that we're perfect parents and our kids may have some issues with us. And sometimes people can see within you what you can't see within yourself, because we always think that we don't have any boo-boo in our drawers. So I'm going to land with that there's a book, Black Men Unfiltered. There's a book, and I've got that book right here, where the relationship between black men and their mothers. We do have a different bond with our mothers than we do with our fathers. There's some that say that mothers raise their daughters, but they mostly love their sons, right? Because this is how it works too. You grow up and you see your mothers, if they're divorced from your father, you see maybe the poor choices that they make in the minute they bring into their life, or a man that they bring into their life, right? And women go through all these ups and downs, mothers, because they are women, in relationships, or even in a relationship with your father where it doesn't work out and they get a divorce. Young men, this is why our mothers are so entangled with us. As men, we are actually the most stable man in the life of our mothers. We're the most stable man that they've ever had. They have a different bond with us because they see in us what they wish they could get from your father, the boyfriend, or whatever their relationships have been prior to you being born or even after, right? But they always, because what do we say to our mothers as young men growing up when they go through ups and downs? Mama, I'm going to be here for you. Mama, I can make, we're the ones that they cry on our shoulders in bad situations sometimes. So just keep that in mind, that's the reason why women have the bond, whether it be functional or dysfunctional, with their sons, because as a son, you become the most functional man in that woman's life, other than the men that she's had in her life. I'll land there.
Can I speak on that right quick? The way I look at my mom, right, is totally different than how my dad look at her. So with my mom, I have a loyalty to her. And if anybody knows about me, I don't speak on loyalty very kindly. I don't think that loyalty is actually a good thing for a lot of us, because we give it to the wrong people. So it's more like slavery. However, with my mom, I think that there's a loyalty that I hold with her that I want to hold with the woman that I'm making a life with. And I think that's where a lot of men go wrong in their life with women. They would give anybody that loyalty. I don't think loyalty should be given to half of the people that it's given to. I don't. I think that with most people, integrity is enough for them. Having integrity, when they see your integrity, I think that's enough for them. But when you give somebody loyalty, you're putting your life in their hands. And that's all I wanted to say on that right there.
Hey man, we got Black David in here tonight, man. Thank you for being here, Black David. Black David has an interesting take on this as well. We've had these conversations. I think that's most of the time when I talk to my guys, we have conversations, and then I'll wait and let it settle for a little bit, and we'll bring it up, and we'll talk about it. I know that I love my mother, but when it came to certain things, we just bumped heads a little bit. Same thing with Mr. Bennett. Same thing with Black David. Same thing with Mandrell. We had those moments. So I think this is why this is important to have this conversation. Black David, if you can, Black David, what are your thoughts? Do you? I'm trying to say the right words here. Do you feel as if mothers have failed us?
Before I answer that question, I want to say good evening to all my fellow brothers on the panel. Glad to be in your presence because
Hold on, Black David. It sounds like you processing rats in the background. What's that?
What?
It's a
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay. Once again.
No, that's the fan on your computer. That's the fan on your computer.
Yeah, I know. I gotta fix something on it.
Yeah. I just thought about it. That's what I know. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. It's a great honor to be around
here. Good evening.
The question is, did our mom failed us?
Number one.
Hell yeah, they did. I know I spoke about it in the back. Black Men Unfiltered was the hell speak and the very few waters. It's on my journey. Not every mom are the same. My mom had to remind me that I would have made mistakes several times over. That she could have replaced me with somebody else. I was told that at least about maybe 300 to 400 times at a very young age. There's no different from my father anyway. But to make me feel like I'm no better than my younger sibling, that made it even worse. I grew up with a chip on my shoulder to prove them wrong. That I could do better without them. It was when until I got sent to Nigeria because I was quote unquote misbehaving. Then I got to be under my uncles who showed me something completely different. I had my self-esteem destroyed by my parents, both parents, not one but both of them. This is why I want to tell people don't do such a thing to a child, because when you destroy their foundation, destroy their pride, leave them empty, they had to find something to replace it. It took me a while to find a replacement for mine because I had what I call principle. I was blessed to be around men who level of integrity surpassed my parents, who were far successful than my parents, who had a path that was something I had to look up to. To have a mom who thought about herself and herself only, and she would tell you that you're just like your father, you will never amount to nothing, you will never be successful, X, Y, Z, but while you are trying to be successful, she go behind your back trying to sabotage you. Time and time again. You take 5 steps forward, she makes sure you take 7 steps back. And if I don't respect them according to my culture, I have no honor for my parents, which that's not the case. I have to tell myself I love my mom, I love my dad, but I don't honor or respect for what they put me through. This is why I have a very tough skin. It's hard for anyone to break me because unless you were on the level of my mother and father who broke me down at a very young age. When they did all that breaking down, it got to a point where I'm so thick it's not even funny. I can take a joke easy. It doesn't affect me. What would affect me if my parents come back after I've grown, after I've been to suffer, after I've made it through all the hardship. They want to tell me, oh, you should do X, Y, and Z, but I'll turn around and ask them, where were you? I need the help. When I was going to college, my mom do everything she can to sabotage my college. I wasn't able to go to college successfully. I had to drop out of college, but she supported my younger siblings, made sure their path through college was smooth and successful. Mine was just landmine, pothole, you could name it. I went to it. I got kicked out of home by my mom and my dad, but both of them. But how would I say it? It was my mom who was the source of my hatred toward women at one point. Because of my mom, I didn't have what I call a one-strike contract with women. I never have time for the mind game. The moment I sent to her and play game with my mind, I look at her in the face and say, you know what? I wouldn't even save a woman if she was in danger. That's how I was. Anybody who knew me in my family, my mother's side of the family to my father's side of the family, they know me as one person. I keep to myself. I don't want to be bothered by anybody. But the moment you trigger me, I'm the most dangerous individual in the whole entire family. You will have to shut me down. You will have to throw me into a cage. You have to do something because I was more than a wrecking machine. There were times that my own uncle saw that side of me and they put me to the side. They talked to me. They asked me questions. They lead me direction. They give me wisdom. Throwing multiple paths. Because they saw that side of me whereby I was not the kind of person to mess with. This what made me, how would I put this? I don't take a woman's word very, very serious unless you're proving your ethic. My uncle told me a saying, actions speak louder than words. Which is why when women say X, Y, and Z, I'm going to go look at your action. When your action don't match with your advice, what you be giving me, I ain't paying no mind. About principles, about ethics. What keep myself in check is what I apply myself to the Bible. I wasn't the typical church going Christian. There was a time I almost walked away from the faith because of my mom. I took a chance on my own, took the Bible. I started reading from the book of Genesis or to the book of Revelation. Sometimes we turn in scripture over 1,000 times to get some understanding and clarity because I refuse to just cop out for anything. I need to find out why I'm here. I remember one time when I married my wife, my mom tried to tell me I made a mistake. I had to get a second wife. I looked at her like.
That's crazy.
In the back of my head, I was like, this was the woman who was bashing her father when her grandma was the third wife. Is what I tell people, I'm a bipolar polygamy. So the way she came on, she didn't like polygamy, but she would try to encourage me to get into it. But it's the same thing that she had an issue where my father or the brother set him up to get married again behind her back, and he had a second wife and a third and a fourth wife behind my mom back. So I'm trying to crack my head. Why tell me to do such a thing, but you had a problem with it? I don't do well with contradiction. I really don't. Whatever you tell me to do is not logical. I'm not going to follow. Which is why I share my pain, my fear with other young men so they don't go down the path I go through. Or let them know that you're not alone in this. I get it, I understand it. But there's a way out of it. This is why I had an issue with black women altogether because I look at them like, You're a shell of your former self. Many of them lost their lackluster that the yesteryear generation used to have. So when I look at black women, I look at the empty shell. It's hollow. That lack the worth, lack the beauty. You may look beautiful on the outside, but you're empty on the inside. You lack substance. You lack something that you can invest in. Not a great stock to invest in. When I married my wife,
question? Oh,
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to say, man, that that's painful to hear. For me personally, and I know it's painful that you had to go through that. Now, what I want to do at this time, I know we got a lot of intellectual men on this panel tonight that could speak some words into your life or to you that would encourage your situation with your mother. And because I know that's what we do as men here in this circle. Information, man, I know that you deal with things like this on a normal basis, my brother. And is there anything that you feel like you could say to Black David that would encourage what it is that you just heard from him?
Well,
and then Dr. Nkumbe, you coming up next, brother.
I think
definitely want to hear what you got to say.
I want to say that I appreciate the brother for being candid and being able to be open enough to express this experience with growing up with everyone on the panel. See, this is the only way you can begin healing and you can begin developing those coping skills to deal with things that are very painful in our life, by being able to have Black men like this on this panel that you can express these very real issues to. You don't have a lot of times on YouTube, people are hiding who they really are, and they're, everyone's putting on these acts. But to be able to express this tonight, what Black David just did is he gave me an insight. See, a lot of times we get on panels or we chat with each other in the chat room. We say, hey, what's up? But this is the way you get to know people better, that there's more to just the name that you have on YouTube or what your channel is, and that there's something more to Black David. Now, the things that he's talking about, I've got people in my family who have gone through those, so I can relate to what he's talking about, because I had an uncle who I would visit in Bmore quite a bit, and he told me some of the things in the upbringing, not only of my uncle, my mom, and others in my family. And this is part of, I would say it's a part of our trauma, our pain. And a lot of times people try to bury this pain, but you can't bury it you have to reconcile with it to be able to move on, because what will happen if Black David doesn't express this and deal with it in the way that he's dealing with it tonight and bringing it to our attention, he could transfer this issue to his own kids without even realizing that he's projecting it on them, because he has unsolved issues. Look, like I said earlier, for a long time, in particular, I was angry with my father. I've had issues with my mother as well. But at some point in time, it can become a cancer that eats at you when you don't face it on. And if you're lucky enough to have parents that you can talk to. See, I was lucky enough to talk to my father, who's still living, to come to some closure on things that I didn't appreciate coming up. It did a world of good for me, because it got a lot of this stuff out. So I would say that what he's doing, for him to trust us with this information about him in the audience, that says a lot about his character, his principle. Because Black David, you never know who's out there listening to you right now. See, a lot of times on YouTube, no matter how little or how much people are watching us, you'll be surprised who's watching you, and the things that are being said could have a powerful impact on their life. There could be someone who listens to you right now or listens to this in replay, that's feeling the same way or had the same experience as you, brother, and you speaking on this could actually help that person indirectly to deal with their issues. So the first step in therapy is to be able to talk about it, examine it, live in it, deal with it, and then come to a particular, what we would call a proper closure. So even though, Black David, even though you put this out there and we heard what you were saying, you need to also deal with it, decompress this properly in a way that when you leave this panel, that it's not just something that you had put out there, but you're still working through this process. It's a working process. So continue to talk to people that you feel comfortable talking to, people that you're close with in your family. Please continue doing that, because this is why, as I said on the other video the other night ago, this is how we as Black men end up deleting ourselves, or having depression when we become unsuitable for anyone to be around us. And we lash out. You said a very powerful thing, brother. You said this is what caused you, or begin to cause you, to have a certain disposition towards women. And I got to be honest, and I shouldn't say this. I kind of think that a lot of guys on YouTube in certain spaces who constantly have these issues that you could say is hate or dislike towards women, they might be suffering or impacted by the same issues that they have not come to grips with. So they project it as, I don't like women.
Man, I'm glad you said that, because I saw that a long time ago, because a lot of them would show that, and I did watch them, and I always say, why can't they be honest with them? So I was able to be honest with my own issue. It got to a point where I even call a pastor so we can get closer to it. What I saw was that was shocking. That happened about in 2023, right? That happened around 2018, 2019 before the pandemic. We had a meeting with my brother and my sister every day. My mother used my brothers and my sister to make it look like I was a liar. Like everything I went through was for. It got to and mind you, I would try to be the bigger man. I was doing up for many years. Let me be a bigger man. Let me just overlook this. Let me try to make a man. I did that for so long. So you can imagine how much it would eat it out of me. And I didn't want it to make me negative. Right. But when you try to be the bigger person to make a man to get closure, and your mother make it seem like whatever you went through was false, when it's not false, you just remember every small detail that your sibling against you. It got to a point until last year, I told my younger brother, and mind you, my younger brother is a minister, mind you. That was shocking about it. We went to my Bible school. My brother is now in Texas with my two younger sisters. I told my brother on the text, man, do me a favor, just lose my number, forget who I am. You, my two sisters, and my mom, just leave me alone. Let me maintain my peace, because if I have tried to make a man and bring closure, be the bigger person who he is, put in my face like I'm alive when you know the truth is here, and I end up hearing information that my brother went through the same thing I went through, and he admitted I was right, but never came back to apologize. But you call yourself a man of God. This is why I have an issue with people who want to claim the cloth, but don't walk with integrity. I hold your feet to a fire, for real. I don't play that game. And I in her, because they would make me to love my children and my grandchildren even more than ever, because I do not want them to go through what I went through. I do not want to see them to experience what I experienced. I sit down and talk with my son and my daughter more than I try to hit them. I do the same thing with my granddaughter. I have a cloth whereby I tell them, you want to have a conversation one-on-one. Whatever we talk about it, it's between me and you. Confidentiality. I'm not going to shut to anybody. Me and you will go have this dialogue ongoing. I do that with my son. I do that with my daughter. And I do that with my granddaughter. This is why sometimes you see them come up to me, take my granddad, they give me that big long hug, because I developed a level of unconditional love. Not conditioned, unconditional love.
Unconditional love.
I am. And that's why I share my pain with other young men because I understand what it does to men. Trust me, I know it. I tried to audition for UFC for the purpose of, and you hear this from me, I want to take all that rage and use it and beat every one of my opponent and put my mom, my brothers, and my sister face on their face. So when I see them, it is TKO. You're not going to live.
Wow.
That's
So,
what I want to do back then when I was younger.
Right.
right.
You do.
So
You
Dr.
do
Nicole,
realize that.
right after the information, man, Dr.
I'm just going to say this, and I'm gonna
and check
yield for the doctor.
check your phone, Black David.
Okay.
Black David, this is for everybody on the panel. Have anyone ever given thought? And I know I say this a lot. Black people are. I don't like generalizing. Some of our people in our communities have suffered from mental health problems that they've never got resolved or got dealt with in their generation because there's a stigma with it. And remember, we have uncles who would come for family gatherings and they were strange in their behavior, and we would just call them crazy Uncle Charlie. Or that's just Aunt May, she's just been touched. And that was how we would cope with it, but it was in denial of what the real problems are. Unfortunately, some of us, our parents, our fathers, our uncles, cousins, maybe even sisters, some of us have been raised and have been around family members who did have legitimate mental health problems that went examined,
diagnosed,
yes, unmedicated, uncounseled, and then they project our mothers, our fathers, and then they right, never discovered, and we just looked at it as, okay, that's just how mom or dad is, right? But the fact of the matter is that some of us on this panel tonight, and maybe none of us, have potentially been raised by people who had some mental health problems, because all you got to do is look at how the older generation was raised and the things that they went through. They suffered trauma, and the trauma was unfortunately taken out on some of us on this panel. I'll stop there and let's hear what the doctor has to say.
Oh, thank you.
You muted, Mr. Bennett. Go ahead, doctor.
No, to that point, like I said, my mom, she was clinically diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. And a lot of her sisters went undiagnosed with it. So, I mean, I saw this growing up. I saw it particularly in her family where there were several siblings who were dealing with similar issues. But again, there was no mechanism. There was no recall. And even today, people have rights. Like, you just can't say, oh, well, she's acting crazy, so, get her locked up. In my situation, the only time my mom actually was able to get any kind of help, and I say that lightly, because she's still to this day, and now she's dealing with dementia right now, but she still to this day has not been cured. I don't think you cure schizophrenia or what have you. She had to commit a violent act because the cops got it. So once the law enforcement gets involved, then they take you in, then you can get the evaluation. Then once you get the evaluation, now you can be either admitted to a facility or whatever to get that in. But you just can't say, oh, you know what, so-and-so is acting kind of crazy or whatever. So, we need to have it taken a look at, unless they volunteer to say, hey, you know what, I'm going through some problems. I got some things. Hey, I may need some help. Unless they take that, there's a very little that you can even do in that situation. You can't have an intervention to say, look, we're taking you to the psych ward. That's, and that's what makes that particular situation so difficult to deal with, because of the lack of ways and means for if I got a broken arm or whatever, then that's simple. I can just go to the hospital and get that fixed. But when you talk about the mind, unless a person is cognizant enough, or like I said, you get law enforcement involved, and they can, once you're in there, then they take over your life at that point, and there's very little you can do. So I think that's what also makes it hard also for us to deal with it, because the way this country works, you just can't do certain things. You can't just say lock them up because they're acting crazy at this point.
Mm-hmm. Mine would be short. I just want to say one to this particular panel. I liken it to, we can all go into the dojo. All of us get in the dojo and tear each other up and then come 9 o'clock, all go out for milk, right? Like
and we're back tomorrow night,
or whatever your preference is. But it's like we're able to have those tussles. And Black David, when I think about you, and because I hear often when you're like, I would kill them, oh, where are they at? I'm coming to hunt them and kill them. I picture you as one of the brothers that's actually our guardian. I mean, but at the same time, you are one of the kindest. I mean, look how many jokes and videos we play about you and the slobber and stuff. And every time I see it, I want to grab. No, every time I see it, I want to get a napkin or something. Oh, it's just the video. It's just the video. But
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
Yeah. And the second I see that, I forget it's a video, and I'm like, oh, it's just a video. All right. But so the most hurt, but yet the most kind. This is when I challenge people and say, how can people have known? But you have taken the awareness piece and you flipped the script and said, I will refuse to let the symptoms of what happened to me be played out to the children. Fight me, talk about me, come to me, right? I'll meet you out there. You won't have to go far. I'll meet you. But my children will not have to repeat the pain that I've endured. You've taken that to the next level of awareness. I wish and hope your parents had that as well. We can't go back in time, but I commend you for having that awareness. And over time, I hope that you have that internal healing. And from our conversations and with all of us that have been vulnerable with each other, last night you stayed with me a few extra minutes. You're like, whoa. I mean, we shared that moment together. Like, I think each one of these sharings or talks or conversations helps us heal in ways that we don't even realize it. So I thank you for being vulnerable, and I thank you for being who you are. And I continue to pray for any wellness to your family. And I still say, don't go so far to the side that you feel vulnerable and weak and you can no longer be yourself. And that's the scary part about getting help. People feel like they can no longer be themselves. Be you. Just always keep that awareness so it doesn't become dangerous.
And there was a quote.
Let me answer that. I'm glad you said that because what's scary, I was aware about it when I was like 10 or 11 years old, and I keep asking myself that question. But it got to a point where I was scared of myself because I was asking, why am I aware at a very young age able to understand something's wrong with this and never find a person who I can talk to until I turned 14, 15. I was able to find people who can counsel me. And I was told I could use my experience to help another person. That what scared me because I have that what you call the internal battle whereby either I allow myself to go to the dark side or put myself to the light. And that was something I've been dealing with for many years. Even though in my mind, at the time I have a right to be angry. And I told myself, no, it's not worth it. Just drop it and keep it moving. The time I couldn't control my anger and my rage, I go to the gym. I let the gym be my other sanctuary whereby it's not a 3-hour gym session. It's almost like a 5-7 hour gym session. I do that to the point where I was lightheaded. And people who knew me in the gym back then, they called me a monster because I was lifting heavy weight. They didn't know that I was using my rage as a channel to unleash it in another place so it doesn't affect nobody. So me being aware, it was scaring me more than trying to use it to scare other people. Because I was asking myself, I cannot be the only one going through this. Whether there's somebody else going through it, but we don't know how to channel it. How would I help that person navigate through that path and get on the right track? That's what the question I would ask myself each and every other day when I see someone like that. I can go aside, have that. I decide to listen more from their pain and told them I've been something like closer, but I can help you how to get out of it. But you have to put yourself each and every day to make sure you don't fall to that dark side. That was something I was doing on my own. Maybe because I'm a nerdy guy, I don't know what it is, but I felt like I was lucky, but I cannot be the only one going through all this. That is my feel.
Hey, we got Corey Hager in the building, man. I want to get him in before we get final thoughts in. We want to get Corey in, man. Hey, Corey, what do you think, man, from what you heard so far on the panel? I seen you in the chat, bro. So I know you got a little bit of something to say.
Well, it's when you get older, you just enjoy hearing other people talk because you gain wisdom from everybody else's information because one person's not an island, you gotta absorb your surroundings. And this has been a really great show. I mean, all the joking aside and stuff, the content is awesome. I do like that. Yeah. Even you, Teruse, even a lovable fart in an elevator like you. Just kidding.
Hey, sometimes you're even proud of that fart when you let it go.
It depends on the company.
Boy, you're proud of yourself.
Till some hot chick walks in and everybody in there freezes. But yeah, no, I mean, you guys did a great job tonight. Sharing honesty, because a lot of men won't do that. Information man, Dr. Nakumbe, being there to speak the information from a professional point of view. And, men gain wisdom because of what they go through. Mandrell's been in the military. He understands real friendship because when you're getting your ass shot off, you have to believe in that guy beside you.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff's real. I mean, if you're not a vet, I'm not a vet, but I've been around vets. I'm surrounded by them here. They have a friendship and an understanding that regular civilians will never know. It's very rare. It is. I don't even try to talk their language because I never went through it. I mean, I ain't qualified. But the men that I do have stuff in common with, those men I can understand. When I hear people talk about stuff that I haven't gone through, well, then I open my ears up and I just start listening because all my neighbors have something to offer. That's just the way I see it. Yes, true. See, even you're a neighbor. I had to. It's just easy target. But anyway, yeah, I enjoyed the show, guys. It's awesome.
Absolutely.
I was gonna say I believe in the universe, or the universe puts us in places. Everyone on this panel, without even knowing his background, if you think about who's on this panel and not even here tonight, but that visits, comes through, whatever, the overall family, or if you really think about it, every one of us on this particular, the Black Man's Network, think about how we all align, how we fit. Trey's a former officer of military, Mandrell. I mean, we have professionals here. I mean, we have a mixture, but it's quite a nice gel. How Corey pops in, his life experience. I mean, so there's so much more than meets the eye. And that's why these conversations, hopefully others who are listening pass that on and pass it on, that it can be done. As Corey just said, we can have fun, we can talk crazy, but at the end of the day, we're still helping each other up. No man left behind, no this, no that. So anyway, that's one of the beauties. That's one of the things I think is absolutely beautiful about this network and this panel. And this is not just kind of blowing smoke and a big hug. I'm saying seriously, I feel it's almost like an addiction now. It's like I can't wait to log in and look for. I'm like, oh, all right, calm down, man, calm down. You don't have to be on every, but it's just a love that I share with the group, and so thank you.
Thank you for being with us. I mean, you've given so much of your time. I mean, there's so many other places you could spend your time, and so we're appreciative that you chose to fellowship with us. So we appreciate you just as much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Give and take. I learned as soon as I'm giving. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think there's a big value that every guy on this panel, even the guys that rotate to come on this network, they bring, just like what you were just saying, Doc. It's like an addiction. Because I want to know what's going on. That's why my brother Black Man is I always call him. I be like, no, you're a genius, because these things come organically through his thoughts, these titles that he come up with, but they trust me when I tell you, they hit one of us. every one of them is inspired by either one of us, and a lot of times we don't know which one of us it is. But I want to get final thoughts from you guys so we can go ahead. We run it up on. I know it's 1:00 Eastern, and it's about to be 12:00 Central. But we want to go ahead and close out, man. So I want to get you guys this final thought based off of all the things that we talked about on the show, and we will start with. Let's go with CBN first. Yes, sir. We're gonna go with you first, bro. And then because you already engineering and everything, so you ain't going nowhere. So yeah, let's start with you, Brand. What's your final thoughts?
My final thought is this: men should be able to be open and share their journey. You know I'm saying this because I remember a pastor told me this years ago. He has told me that I have a unique public speaking skill that can relate to a lot of people and get people to do things without forcing them to do it. So I did my best trying to inspire people to do the right thing, not to do the wrong thing. Not everybody listen to me, those who listen were grateful. This panel was needed, this question was needed because this is not something that we could overlook because for one thing it affects men, no matter how it affects women. They should have a part two of this show, but should ask the women themselves this same question and see how they respond to it because you'd be surprised what they will say if they are genuine about it because it is needed to repair a community if to address the elephant in the room. If you can't do it, then you're going to hurt yourself, you're going to hurt people around you as well. That's how I feel. That's my final thought.
All right. Man, thank you for your soliloquy, and thank you for your story too, bro. I mean, we've talked about this a couple of times, man. That would be a dope show with you and Doctor.
Man.
That would be a
I was hoping you didn't gonna say that because there's a lot about me I could
that would
share.
be look, I might have to put myself on this chair. Shit, I'm telling you, man. These shows be I'm telling you that the last show he just did, man, that it really gave me some insight just on myself. How to challenge myself on the things that I've been through. So like I said, yeah, man.
I told black men watch it 2 times, not 1 time. Watch it 2 times.
Yeah.
You do this kind of show more.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna go over to we gotta go to the man with the balance. He ain't in it, but as always, Mr. Bennett, we definitely gotta get your input on it, man. What you think about tonight in our conversation, brother?
Well, the first thing I'm thinking is I'm just in these conversations, especially the ones we've been having this late. I don't know. We've been on this path that has been so eye-opening that it's really forcing me to think about manhood a little bit differently. In that, for a lot of us here, manhood has to be forged. You know what I mean? I mean, we're becoming men. I'm a better man just being in this environment and sharing the platform with you guys here. And I'm arguably the oldest guy on this panel, and I'm still getting nuggets from everybody. But this is, to be a true man. I mean, this is about forging. I mean, you got to go through some fire. You got to go through some obstacles here. No one's coming in here, who's a real man who not only can, take charge and do things, but have the empathy to understand, to have the empathy to lift up other men from the standpoint of, we all going through it. We're here for you. The conversations, I mean, that have been happening, like here and otherwise. Like I say, anybody who missed Freezy's interview with Candid Ann, go and listen to that. I mean, brothers here, I mean, we've had to be, we didn't just become the men that we are or the men that we're becoming. It's still an ongoing process with us. And so I just think that what we're offering, and if men would just take advantage of it to see how guys who have, overcome so much and who give so much and not trying to have their past define them, but are still real enough to share with you that this is how we got here. That's just a very powerful and nurturing environment for all of us to grow in. And like I said earlier, to close out, is that again, the idea of closure. I think it's an ideal. I think it's great when you can get it. But sometimes, again, you may not have an opportunity to really get the one, at least the type of closure that you want. If my mom was just to miraculously just say, hey, I recognize that I was ill and all the things that we did, and I'm so sorry. I mean, I think that was something for a lot of my siblings that they were just looking at. If they could only have heard that would have made such a difference in their lives and how they looked at things and the perspectives that they had. And some of them are still reaching for it. But again, I'm to the point now where if I don't get that closure with my mom, I've made peace with my mother, despite everything that that was done to me and whatnot. Again, not in her fault, but I've made peace with that, and I'm peace myself. And in my later years, I used to tell guys this: I didn't really feel good about myself, like as a man, until I got into my 40s. Up to that point, I was still trying to figure it out. Yeah. But but there was a 2-year period dealing with both my parents where I think I grew in 10 years. Most of my hair fell out. The reason I went bald was because all the stress I was going through. I said, you know what? I'm gonna just give up. I'm just gonna shave my head. But my hair was falling out. Just dealing.
Wasn't enough room for your hair. They were like, look, we got
leaving. So I was like, oh, if y'all got to go, then don't let the door hit you on the way out. So I just went the bald route. But I tell you, I think I grew like 10. It felt like 10 years. I grew in like 2 years because of all the crucible that I felt that I was that I was under. So, and I think that just continues. I'm just hearing all these guys here. All of us are still going through and asking and searching and trying to, become our better selves. But I wouldn't put so much of our ambitions or aspirations on closure. In other words, from other people. At the end of the day, it's yourself. If you have a faith, it's your God. It's whatever that is, whatever connection that you may have. Because that's what you're going to take with you when you come out of here. Even your loved ones, the ones you cherish most. I mean, you can't take them with you either. So just as men, let's just focus on that. Trying to come to terms and be at peace with yourself. You didn't do anything wrong. You've done the best with what you have. You're getting better, but live at peace and contentment with yourself as a man. I'm really starting when I think about what manhood really is, and I'm really starting to think in that direction. And that's where the conversation needs to be going. Not your bag, not your accomplishments, not your awards, not your whatever, but are you truly at peace with yourself? And you can be proud of the person that you are and the journey that you've gone on and that you've overcome to be here at this point. I think that's where we need to take this conversation. And I love seeing how this conversation has taken us over this last few weeks. So again, thank you for the opportunity, Black Man, for everything that you're doing. Salute to the channel. Subscribe to the channel, subscribe, become a member of the channel. It's worth it, the monthly subscription to be a part of this network. Again, we're not concerned ourselves with the numbers here. I pray that he gets to 200,000, 2 million subscribers. Yes, but this is good content, and this is a good work, and this is a good seed that's being planted. And I'm just hoping that it'll go 30, 60, 100 fold. So thank you, salute to you, Black Man, and thanks for having me tonight.
Hey, let them know where they can find you, brother. Because I'll be seeing you. You got me
I'm
over
trying,
here.
I'm trying to stay in shape for the OGs. Find me on Instagram, Paul T. Bennett on Instagram. But you'll find me typically here Tuesdays and Fridays on the Black Man's Network. Sometimes I might sneak into the sports show on Wednesdays every once in a while on Mandrell's panel. Again, a shout out to Mandrell for the show. Again, kudos, as everyone was saying. Again, the Wednesday show, brilliant, excellent, and just just seeing again, just the man that you have been. Like I've only known you for a few months, and again, the transformation in you since I've been on these platforms. And again, this is not by accident. I think this community is bringing the best out of all of us. And so,
Absolutely.
So I just appreciate, man, you've always been a man of character, always been a straight shooter and whatnot, but your level of empathy and just growth and just your desire to grow at 44 and whatnot. So you'll definitely find me as often as I can be a part of this, community, a part of this network. You'll definitely find me on Black Men Unfiltered. I'm trying to build another YouTube page for health and fitness. I do fitness equipment reviews. That's a Dungeon Fitness 1969. You can look that up on YouTube, but mostly IG and here as long as Black Men will have me. So, but again, thanks again.
All right, that was Mr. Bennett, man. Next up, we got your boy Corey Hager. Came on the panel, man. From the little bit of that you've seen, I know that you already said a little bit some, but do you got anything else to add before we close on up out, bro?
Yeah, I think for the most part, when we think about parents or their failures, just realize that they are people with problems and they're no different than anybody else. And having the mercy and the grace to forgive them, it's a step to maturity. I mean, I'm 52. It took a little bit for me to understand that, but they're just people.
Yeah.
And you're not going to walk down the sidewalk or the street and not walk past somebody that does not have a measure of regret, because nobody does anything perfect. If they do, those are the people you need to stay away from because they're delusional. They just are, If they can't be honest with themselves, they're never going to tell you the truth.
Absolutely.
So you just give them the space they need. Let them figure it out. But no, I mean, just a great show. Black Man Unfiltered. This channel is awesome. I've never seen such a diverse topic all week long. Every day, this channel's changing. There's always something different to watch all week long, and it's all good content. I just have to raise him up a little bit. And then everybody that comes up here, this is good company. This is really good company to be in. But thank you, gentlemen, for a great show.
Thank you, man, for supporting the channel, man. Most definitely. And also, look, I've seen you come on here, man. It's great to have conversation, your insight that you have yourself on a lot of these topics that we have. One of the things that I love in this YouTube space that we're starting to have and how it's coming is that we're starting to have more whites and blacks.
Wait,
and even people
I'm
from
white?
over and other overseas. I have no idea. But I do
I'm white?
understand that we're starting to have better conversations with one another. We're starting to have a lot more better conversations without those same talking points. It's going to take a lot more arguing. It's going to take a lot of other people coming in. I think everybody should have a platform. I ain't going to even lie. I think they should, because it's competition. And at the end of the day, if you lose, you lose. But we need to have this because right now we have a lot of people that don't have an upgraded way of thinking. So
well, I tell you, I enjoy the people that have the charisma and the know-how to put on these shows, because I'm not the kind of person to put on one of these shows.
Yeah.
But I really enjoy you guys. I mean, what you bring to YouTube compared to a lot of the other stuff that, I just kind of like pass over. This is quality. This is good stuff.
That's why I think that everybody should, because the winners will win and the losers will lose. You know
and
what I'm saying?
It's really fun to see Shushu just totally tease the hell
with
out
the
of
laugh and everything.
What's that? My name is Harry.
Y'all, here's the thing. There's people who think that we write and direct what we do on Wednesday nights. No, like we're in real life when we're together. Look, when we're together, we're a cartoon.
Yeah,
we are a cartoon. When we're together in person, we are a cartoon.
It
Okay,
shows.
she teases me
It
all
does.
the time. Yeah, that's how we are for real. Like
Yeah.
That's a
you know what I'm
dope.
saying? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
That really is us. Like, and we were talking to each other on that. That's a real conversation with us. We don't, because the only thing she knows is like she'll call me. There's sometimes she's called me 2 hours for the show. Hey, what are we talking about? I said, I'm like, did you read your text messages? What text? I text you the name of the show and the oh, there it is. All right, I'm on my way.
Right.
I'm like, no, that's it. I'm like, the show is not for 2 hours. You know what? That's right. All right.
Y'all relationship definitely it shows on camera, no doubt about it. Both of y'all.
Everybody knows you're the anchor and she's the cut up. And when you get together, she actually pulls the cut up out of you. We can all see it.
Great.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's we're a trip, man. I mean, and then because we cut up all the time. And don't let me go to New York. When I'm in New York and we're together, I'm pointing stuff out all the time. Look at that one. Right? I'm like, yo, why the dude got his ass out? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a guy walking around with his pants, no underwear, and his pants off his ass, and his ass crack is just all. I'm like, and she's just, you know what I'm saying? It's a trip. Y'all would have fun with us around. You really would.
So, Corey, do you have a platform that people can follow you on, or how you do this, brother?
I don't have any social media other than the time I spend with you guys.
That's what's up, brother.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Well, we definitely appreciate you over here, man. Most definitely, man. Y'all give it up for my man, Corey Hager, man. Next up, we got your boy Ruckus in the building.
What's up?
Just came back. He done had the whole the transition. Y'all in the new spot. It's on another level.
Finally. Yeah, finally, man. It feels good. It feels good to have my own spot again, and just we need it as a family. I mean, that's what says. Once you're married, you two become one flesh. You guys just go on your own, and that's it. And just build. But yeah, I mean, the topic. I mean, about the whole motherhood thing, I think that it is not really touched on a lot. So I wanted to just to have my final thoughts based on recognizing these mothers that are trying their best. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that mothers get the recognition that they deserve, especially the good ones, and also the ones that are really trying. Because what Information Man said, no one's born with a manual on how to raise children. We don't have a manual for that. So they don't get the recognition that they deserve. A lot of their work is truly done in isolation, where nobody actually sees their work or what they're trying to do for their family. I truly believe this with my whole entire soul, that if you're a woman with children, your highest calling in life is motherhood. It's truly motherhood. And I remember a pastor, he said this. He said that motherhood is a calling to suffer and hope. It's part of their story, but it doesn't define her. And I think it's so true.
Would you say that one more time? Would you say it again?
A motherhood is a calling to suffer in hope. It's her story, but it doesn't define her. And it's true. It's true. Nobody sees the struggles that they go through in the home while the man is away working, maybe deployment and so forth, holding the house down. And I say like this: a mother can't raise a boy into a man, but what a mother can do is preserve that type of mindset that good man has in her life, in order to try to implement that the best way as possible for her sons and her children. I think that when it comes down to girls, they need to be taught, the dignity of motherhood. And also the mother needs to teach their boys the value of manhood. And once we can recognize this outside of Mother's Day or even Father's Day, I think that we can be in a better space. I think it's just a lot, man. I think just seeing my own mother as an example. She's a beast of a woman. I mean, to this day, she works 18 hours a day. She doesn't need to, but she wants to. You know, there's a difference. Before she needed to work 3 jobs. You know, before she needed to do everything. You know, and I appreciate that now as I'm getting older. I see that of why she did it. You know, she did the best that she could. And I'm eternally grateful for that. And yeah, I mean, I think that this was an awesome show. I think it was awesome conversation. Black David, thank you for sharing, you know, your story with us. There was a quote that I saw, I believe on Instagram, somebody say that, you know, people don't know how much violence a person had to go through in order to become this peaceful. And sometimes, you know, we have to go through a lot of violence in order to really appreciate peace. You know, my mentor once told me too, he says, peace doesn't necessarily mean the absence of war. You know, and I had to just meditate on that. And to realize that this is just life, it's real life. You know, it's real life. And I think it's very rare to find a panel of men and even women that come on the panel at times as well to actually be authentic, to be real, because I can read energy. I can, you know, sense the energy between, you know, certain individuals and you know, within the space. And like literally every person here has that energy of authenticity. You know, it's just being real. It's just having barbershop talk. You get what I mean? It's just being real, being honest, being authentic. You know, we joke, we laugh, we bicker, we go back and forth in the whole nine. But at the end of the day, it's just real life. And I think in the YouTube space, we're missing real life. We're missing real life where we're just doing talking points and not actually doing life together, because we can't be doing life in isolation. We can't. So yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you back, brother. Most definitely, man. Let the folks know where they can find you, bro. Most definitely.
You guys can find me on Instagram. That's the only social media platform that I have under my government name, which is JCJACY Hernandez _. And my social media is literally all about my family. Literally everything's about family. My wife, my children, our times that we go out together, when we go out to eat, when we go to the parks. I use that as an instrument to give hope to a dark world, that good families still exist, that families that are put together still exist. As broken as we are, we still exist.
That's what's up, bro. Hey, man, I appreciate you, man. Most definitely, any brother that's about family, he's always a brother that I want to be around, because I'm trying to fortify that same circle, bro. So, hey, applaud. My hat is off to you, brother, and I'll definitely be talking to you in a little bit, man.
Yes, sir.
Man, Ruckus. Now we got my man, Mandrelli. 211 in the house. What's going on, man? What do you have to say about what we talked about on this panel today, and the title and all these other things? You know what it. Yeah,
it was a good conversation. You know, it's a good topic to talk about. Absolutely. You know, we have to listen. You have to give your parents some grace. They came from a different generation. It didn't work. I mean, they were sent. We have to understand they were sent out into the world unprepared as well, because their parents were unprepared. They had to learn on the fly. They had to learn as they go. They were just kind of picking stuff up as they went along, you know. And there was a lot of that, because the reason why is because their parents didn't have time to teach their kids much, apart from how to survive, as far as the hunter-gatherer sense of survival. You know, plant crops. My grandfather, he was a farmer, but he was also an auto mechanic, a damn good one. You know, he was also a perfectionist, which is where my mother got it from. Come to find out, which is where I got it from. You know what I'm saying? And they were all three of us are very hard on ourselves if things are going well, but something gets off. Now, me myself, I think I've done much better than them, because if something gets off, I'm like, okay, how critical is that? Not critical? Okay, cool. Accept it. It's done. Keep moving forward. But I'll say that to say that you can't allow trauma or ill feelings follow you throughout your entire life. You can't. Eventually, you're gonna. My mother and I have had several talks recently. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, I was like, and it's just a part of who I am. At the end of the day, I was like, you know what? We both make mistakes. Screw it. You know what I'm saying? Let's just go move forward. I understand where she's coming from. I understand now, but that's what I'm saying. People just try to understand them. Try to understand the position they were in. How many options did they have? Understand, I'm only 44 years old, and I was born in the first generation born outside of segregation.
Yep.
Gen X, first generation born outside of segregation. This ain't a long time ago. So there's a lot of limited options before our generation came. And I'm on the tail end of Generation X, the last crop of it. So, I mean, again, it's not a long time. So please try to understand their position and why they didn't know things, why they were unable to go and seek this information out. There was no internet. I was in high school. There wasn't no internet for real. We didn't have a computer at home when I was in high school.
No Google.
Right. I graduated in 96.
It was called Britannica.
Right. It was the Encyclopedia Britannica. There was World Book Encyclopedia. There was a world. Look, I had a thick book at my great aunt's house. It was a world atlas. I was that kid who sat there and read an atlas. I would sit there and remember the countries. It was on a weekend when she was keeping us, you know what I'm saying? During weekends, she'd keep us sometimes. But then I took that book home and I'd do the same. It was fun. I sat there and read an entire encyclopedia several times over. There was no internet at the time. There was no.
Hey, Mandrell, have you seen an old man? I see this a lot, but have you seen an old man that reads a newspaper still?
I have.
I see him, and you look at him. You say that was Google.
It was.
That was a form of Google.
Right, exactly. That's how they got informed. And
every morning.
And watching Tom Brokaw and Dan Rather.
Yep.
And Walter Cronkite. Those people don't exist anymore. News is entertainment now. It's not to inform. It's just to get you to watch more news. That's it.
Yeah.
So you have to do your own research, but people don't want to do that. But they have the biggest reservoir of data in the palm of their hand, or like sitting here at a desktop. But people don't go seek the information. They'll rather someone tell them that. So understand, if you are in that position, this is your mindset. I don't want to look it up. I want you to tell me, because you've already done the work. Why don't you do the work and learn yourself? If I have to ask you that question, please understand where your parents came from. I don't blame my parents for anything. They did the best they had, what they could, what they had. They married very young. They made a very successful life together. They were together until death did them part, literally, over 30 years. All of my uncles, these are men who took care of their families and their wives, even in death. And they taught all that to me.
Yeah.
So much so that it's a part of my DNA. So at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, what do you want? Who do you want to be? Do you want to be, which handle are you going to grab onto? Are you going to hold on to the handle of pain, frustration, aggravation, fear, rage? Or are you going to grab the handle of compassion, understanding, forgiveness, love? Which handle are you going to grab? Which one is worth it? And then after you made your decision, put your decision on the scale, weigh it against what you're pissed off at, see which way is more. I guarantee you, the one that's more valuable is the handle of forgiveness, love, compassion. The rest don't matter. Are they your parents? Yeah. Do they love you? Yeah. Good enough. Leave it. At the end of the day, you have to let it go, because you make your mistakes too. Parenthood doesn't come with a manual. You know what I'm saying? Marriage doesn't come with a manual. No one's teaching you how to do these things. You do have to learn on your own. I mean, I was asked one time, hey, man, Mandrill, what's up? When you were born, did you come with instructions? Someone literally asked me that one time.
In a schematic.
Right. But no kid comes with instructions, okay? No kid did. And the thing is, I'm grateful the way I was raised. Well, people say that was too much hard stuff for you. I'm like, it's a good thing they did because I probably would have grown up too soft.
Yeah.
I probably would have been too soft. I was a very compassionate kid growing up. Again, I felt other people's pain. I'm still that way now. Very much so that I'm still that person. However, with all the rest of the stuff, the resilience that was forged into me over time, years of it, the toughness, the sharpness of thought, foresight, insight, all that stuff that was trained into me as childhood, and they Mr. Miyagi me into it. I had no idea this is going on until I asked my mom. Again, several conversations with her. I'd ask her, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? And all of it came out. And I was like, see, this is why I never should have trusted y'all. Never should have trusted y'all. Again, they Mr. Miyagi me into it. They were intentional about how they raised my sister and I. Now, you talk to my sister, you all see her. She's a cute and cuddly one. She is the sweetheart. She was a very compassionate kid too. She's still very compassionate, same as I. However, I had a cousin, had the nerve to ask my mother, like, okay, if you pass away, what do you think Mandrell and Shu gonna do with your house? My mom was like, I don't care what they do with it. It's theirs. You know what I'm saying? Along the rest of it. You think they would rent it out or sell it to us? My mom was like, and they just like, oh, I already know I can't ask Mandrell because he gonna automatically say no. My mom's like, my mom said this. Here's the shot. My mom said this. Actually, you have a much better chance getting it out of him than you will from the other one.
Yep.
See, that's the thing. Like, you all see me tough, stern, direct. You know what I'm saying? That's what you see. However, what you see ain't always what you get, people. Don't judge a book by its cover. Also, don't judge. So with that in mind, don't judge your parents by what you saw or what you experienced. Talk to them and try to get the understanding out. Get behind the big brick wall. That's what you have to do. And listen to them to understand. Just try to understand where they came from and understand also they might not have the words to explain it, because Black people in general, male or female, we were never taught how to articulate our feelings. And also, yes, men are supposed to feel. Yes, we're taught not to for the most part, but we do feel. So, because I heard this before, like on another panel, there was like, men, stop crying. Oh, stop crying. I'm like, and they were laughing at the guy who was crying. The other guy said, stop crying, blah, blah. And they asked me, what do you think this Mandrell? I'm like, I mean, does something make him cry? They're like, what? I said, well, we say all the time these days that men should be able to allowed to express themselves and have feelings, right? And express those feelings, right? Yeah. First, I think we should stop telling men we should stop trying to dictate to men what they can and cannot cry about. How about we try starting with that? Since we're okay with men expressing their feelings, why are we telling them what they can and cannot cry about?
Hey, Mandrell, have you ever noticed that a man sincerely crying make other men cry?
Yeah, because and the thing is, and me, another thing I heard from my folks, like on both sides of my family, if we're on our deathbed, you won't know it.
Yeah.
We'll laugh, we'll smile, we'll even joke and crack up with you. You will never know it.
Yeah.
If you see me down and sad or something like that, I'm in danger.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't hurt. I ain't in trouble. I'm in danger.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? And people, that's the thing. People think in one way. Ain't the case. You know what I'm saying? And it's like with this subject. People think their parents did certain things just to be mean, but they had their reasons. That's why it's important to talk to them so you can get the understanding. You may agree or disagree with their choices or their reasoning, but if they had your best interest, just take that and accept it. It's a start.
That's where grace come from.
Yeah.
Understand.
So again, which handle are you going to grab onto?
Yep.
Ask yourself that question, and that's where I'm going to land my plane.
Yes, sir. But go ahead, man. Let them know where they can find you, of course, on this network here. But I know you got a couple other things going on, man. So
yeah, you can find me on Instagram at Mandrell_21. Yes, I only have like one picture posted, but that's about to change. Unfortunately, I mean, you don't have a choice. You want to don't let y'all gonna like laugh at me all you want. So what? When you start seeing the stuff on my post, laugh at me all you want. I don't care. I'm working on some other things too. I'll announce those when they come. Y'all won't know it until it's about a year in, because I know how the rest of you are. You're like, wait, you got a YouTube channel? Yeah. Well, you got so many videos. Why don't we know? Hey, y'all was supposed to know. But yeah, like I'm gonna tell JT. Even information, man. I'll tell him. All and Tarus, nah, come on, please.
Well, you already know. I already told you. You got my support, man. Whatever you got coming out, bro. Trust me. Not only am I supported by promoting, but I definitely would be a person that's going to actually buy your products.
Right. Trust and the thing is, the whole thing with Instagram, like the thing I'm involved with is working. Mm-hmm. Far better than I expected it to. Far better than I even thought. Mm-hmm. And quick. So in order for it to scale, I got to start posting whatever on social media.
Yes, sir.
Something that gives you growth?
Yeah.
Financially, yes. I mean, like again, I didn't expect I did not expect that. I didn't expect it. It shot through the roof. Almost like after the first week, boom! I was like, "Yo, what?" And so I started, I had a consulting company. I started asking them questions. Like, hey, they can growing too fast here. No, actually, this is like, no, actually, I mean, this is how it works. I'm like, yeah, but I'm just wait, hold up, hey, Mr. Harris. We told you you would be busy. We told you that. I said, yeah, you did. So I mean, and everything, money well spent. Bottom line, like I thought it was steep the price, but it paid off. It paid for itself in like 6 days. I mean, like, and then after that, it was like, what? And so I mean, it's not hard work at all.
That's what's up.
It's too much low-hanging fruit out here. You be walking around here with no money.
With no money, be broke.
Right, it's too much. Yeah, there's too much. There's too much low-hanging fruit. I mean,
yes.
But yeah, doing it on social media, that's gonna scale it. You know what I'm saying? And it scales, and the scale is limitless. So we'll see what it does with this. Oh, what you have me for me, Doc?
Oh, in addition to whatever else you've heard, I know tonight alone, I hope you've taken in all the compliments about your Wednesday show. The conversation we had at the end of that show, I hope everything you've heard so far helps to combat those thoughts. Everyone was saying how much you kicked ass, but I understand how you felt about it. But I'm hoping you are hearing each one of these compliments to be like, I heard how you felt, but what everyone received. So
yeah, I guess, like I said, I told you, my grandfather, he was a perfectionist. My mother, she is a perfectionist.
Rubbed off.
My sister, not so much.
Right.
She's not a perfectionist. You do know that this part here, she's like, so? I'm like, yeah, but if you just, I know, but is it important? No. Well, then I'm not worried about it. But me, I'm just like, okay, let's just move this. Bingo. Now it's great.
Right.
Like, it was great.
Well, just in your back pocket.
Right.
Yeah.
Compliments. I'm grateful. Thank you for the compliments, everybody. I am way too hard on myself, but anything worth doing is worth doing correctly.
Yes, sir.
So I mean, thank you for all your compliments. I'm glad you guys enjoyed Wednesday night show. Hopefully you enjoyed the one coming. You enjoyed the one coming up this coming week. I'll let you know what the topic is later.
Absolutely.
All right,
man. That's my man, Mandrell. 211. I gotta say that now.
211, yeah. But yeah, hopefully you guys took everyone else took the information in from tonight as well, because it's important. Because this is something I haven't been in like last week or nothing like that, but months ago I started, reaching out and having conversations with my mother about things. And I asked a lot about my dad, because again, like I told you, JT, when my dad died, I didn't know he was that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know he was that guy. To me, he was a giant. He's a kid and he's your dad, right?
Right.
I didn't know. I told you, we could have sold tickets at that funeral.
Mm.
And there was people outside. It was so full.
Yeah.
The mayor came up there and spoke. I just did not know he was that guy. So I found out a lot more about him. People, it's worth it. You want to know about your parents? Have the conversations. Worth it. It'll relieve a lot of weight off your shoulders, put your mind at ease about a lot of things, and you'll get some understanding. Even if their answer is, well, we didn't know any better.
Mm-hmm.
Understand the context. Understand the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
And that period in time they were in. I mean, what did you want? What do you expect? No Google, no internet. They were barely allowed to read. What are you talking about? Yeah, right. I mean, what are you talking about? What do you expect, really?
Yes, sir.
So take all the variables into that equation, and before you try to solve it. That's all I'm asking.
All right, my brother.
All right.
I'll be seeing you back there in the back. If you're gonna be in the back channel. I know it's kind of late, so I'm not sure. But let's get my man Tarus up in here, man. Let him say his thing. What's going on, brother?
Hey, thanks for inviting me to the platform, JT.
No doubt. What's going on? Hey, tell us what you think about the conversation we had, the title, or whatever it is that you want to lay on us, bro, before we close out.
Cool. Mandrell mentioned grabbing the handle. I'm definitely grabbing the aggravated handle, because Mandrell said all those great things, but just like the rest of this conversation, nobody gave you an actual path of a solution, because we just straddled the fence. You see, everybody was telling their stories about their moms and everything. So let me tell you guys about mine. My mom was born in 1964, Bronx, New York. So she grew up in the late 60s, all through the 70s, and all through the 80s of the Bronx. Not just New York City, the Bronx. My dad, Black Cherokee man from Selmer, Tennessee. So now just understand how different clashes of those cultures come together, right? I was raised from a pace where everything you guys are talking about when it comes to being a man and a husband, I don't get patted on the back for that. You know why? Because that's the standard. A house, a car, your kids in a good school district. You don't get a pat on the back on that because that's the standard. You don't get congratulated or a participation trophy for meeting the standard, right? I can brag because I got the BMW X5M in the driveway, but that's not the standard. That's just glitz and glamour, right? But unfortunately, people, I got to mention that on panels because that's the kind of crap that gives you street cred. Not the fact that I told you guys before that I'm open about the medication I'm on with my mental health, that I'm open about the PTSD and the trauma that I got to go through, the fact that I have to do this and uphold the family at the same time. By the way, guys, I'm the only child. So y'all want to talk about pressure? Y'all talk about siblings and how your moms treat you. You guys understand that being the only child in both of my family dynamics, it's like what information said when it comes to the farmer. It was more than just a son. I was essentially raised to be a half adult my entire life. Just in case any parent went down, guess who could step in? That's what kind of legacy and standard that I've been held to. And I'd say I've been doing a pretty good job. But I don't get a pat on the back for meeting the standard. I get a pat on the back for exceeding that standard. So, JT, you want to know why? JT, I really hate that sometimes it sounds like I'm degrading you by praising your parents. But you want to know why you're confused about why your mom was standing up for these single women? Because your mom couldn't understand the fact that these women weren't finding men just as great as your dad. She couldn't fathom how these women kept screwing it up. She was trying to tell these women, hey, you got to get a man that's like this, this, and this. Because guess what? At the man she was describing, JT, I guarantee you that was a spitting image of your dad, wasn't it? Of the man she fell in love with. She was naming him, telling all these single women she was telling to raise their standards to get to men like your father. There's nothing confusing about that.
Yeah, most of because my father he has a lot of nephews and nieces, and one of the things that his legacy is that he was the father that they never had. So, absolutely, she had that man that was that pillar, and he was one of a few that we had in our family, but he was one of those ones where he was that.
But she had
pillar.
your mom. He had your mom so struck, so enlightened that she almost became delusional that ain't no way he's the only one out here like that. No,
She was delusional. My mama was married to my father since. She was married to my father since 18. My mama know nothing about being dating at 21 or 22. So she was very delusional.
But that's what I'm saying, JT. That's the standard. CBN, Black David, if you're listening, a lot of you guys, see, this is the thing. What I heard from this was a great topic, but I heard something completely different. I heard a lot of men who don't have mommy issues, they have daddy issues. The reason why is because their mom is the only adult they had the ability to lash out at on a consistent basis because they were lacking that father figure. So you had that imbalance. Your mom was the only one you could project your insecurities on because your dad was nowhere to be found. Right? So you didn't have anybody else because
or your dad wasn't approachable.
Right.
Your dad wasn't approachable.
Or he wasn't around. And so guess what? Even though it's your uncle and your grandfather, you still have to treat them like your mom treats you to act in public. Yes, sir. No, sir. Sure, sir. You're not actually treating them like they're your mentor or somebody, an authoritarian figure. Right? And a lot of you guys are missing that because you missed that from your dad, and you can't lash out at your daddy, so you're lashing out at your moms instead. You see, I got a lot of issues coming up that I feel like I was dysfunctional, but my mom never failed. But what she came up in, hell, I think I got off easy deploying to Iraq twice compared to growing up in the Bronx during that time. I'm dead ass serious. So yeah. So when we talk about that, mom.
So you already know you already know because you were born. What year were you born in?
1987.
1987. So you was the
and my mom was in the military. My mom was in the military. I was born in Germany, and she had to deploy to Korea for a whole year back when you couldn't take your family with you. So I had to stay in New York City with my family for an entire year and some change. Yeah. Like, bro, I know all my y'all can't say shit. I might have problems with my mom, but I'm alive. I made it to the age of 18. At the end of the day, our parents are supposed to give us love and make us productive members of society. Right? It's like Information Man said, none of us comes with an instruction manual. Hell, this goes to Black David. This is why I got to tell you, Black David. I know I'm talking long, but you guys got to understand it's Black David. You got daddy issues, and I understand that because guess what? Your mom is the only one you could blame, but you actually, all your feelings, they're valid. You're just aiming it at the wrong person. Because I don't know if you remember Black David, but you started mentioning how the dads or how the men would have the second, third, fourth wives. Your mom literally come up in a society where it's a patriarchal system where she's literally a throwaway if her husband gets rid of her. Do you understand, Black David, you will never understand that gender dynamic of how much pressure it is just to survive. And Black David, I know what I'm talking about because I'm well-traveled, well-versed, and we've all talked about West and Central African history on another panel. That is the hyper masculine society where, second, third, fourth, fifth wife. You don't, as a man, you don't actually have to show real commitment to a woman. Your commitment is solely to the kid, not the relationship. So yeah, unfortunately, Black David, you know why your mom was treating you that way, and it sucks, and there's no reason. It's a lot of reason why other moms do the same thing, because unfortunately, you were probably the oldest, and you look just like the dad that burned her. Guys, a lot of us don't have mommy issues. We got daddy issues, and we need to understand that. Sometimes our feelings are valid, but we need to aim it at the right people because those are the people, us, we're the leaders. We design the system. We design the infrastructure, which means it's up to us to critique, repair, and maintain said infrastructure. If not, don't call yourself a leader. Those are my final thoughts.
That's what's up, man. So, Tyrus, man, let the people know where they can find you at, man. What you do. I know you are a gamer, and I know you be on there. Are you on Twitch?
I stream on Twitch sometimes, JT. I told you guys before, I'm a capitalist, but I'm also a pure-blooded patriot, and I actually practice what I preach. My gaming streaming is not a real channel. Like this IG is my personal IG. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I actually practice what I preach. There's plenty of Black men and women who already have content creation, like you and Information Man, that I have subscriptions to. I don't want to be your odd. I don't want to be your competition. We already talk about supporting Black business, right? Or supporting minority business. Well, I feel wrong then becoming your opposition because that's the opposite of support. You know what I mean?
I understand. Absolutely.
So I'd rather be on Black Men Unfiltered. I'd rather be on JT What We Know podcast. I'd rather get an invite from Information Man or share way too much information with Dr. Nakum. You know what I mean? I'd rather do those kind of things, man, because at the end of the day, I treat this like we're men around the campfire.
Absolutely.
And
we definitely appreciate your support, brother, and your input. So most definitely, bro. I really appreciate you, man. I appreciate having discourse with you. You know, we go back and forth. We men, so we argue. If somebody's seen us, they done seen us argue with each other before. We go back and forth with each other. But we men, we already understand where we stand at with each other. We don't have any hate for each other. No, none of that. We actually have more love than anything, because if I didn't love my brother, we wouldn't be having arguments and discourse. So,
and JT, guess what the young brothers see from us? You know what the young brothers see from us? They see the arguments and they see us still coming back for the discourse. To still have dialogue with each other. We don't leave anything unfinished.
That's where I come from. Me and my brother, we get into it. Me and my cousin, we get into it, but we still family. We don't look at each other any less than that. We just had some type of discord. Sometimes it's serious. Sometimes it takes a little time to sort it out. Sometimes it just takes us just to talk. So, hey man, I really, really appreciate you, brother. So we're gonna have my brother from another, the good Dr. Kumbe. What's going on, man?
Hoorah. Thank you.
Hold on, let me and before you even say that, let me go ahead and shout out your $5 super chat that's on there. And you already know, I know Black David is back there. Black David, you're gonna have to give him some. What you want to hear, Doc?
Oh man, the show I think is worthy of the violins. For the good laugh is good for the Harriet, but
yes, sir.
Let me slow down. Rapping with the singing, I be singing. You can get it all free like welfare. Back to the beginning, know what I told ya. I got 2 degrees, now I'm dumb rich. This sound like some 718 shit. The living weirdo on the same shit. Damien, let's go violinist.
Oh, that sounds cold, man.
I love it.
Love it. But go ahead, Doc.
Thank you. Just a reminder. The generation before the generation before the generation. I usually talk about 2 generations back, 2 generations forward. But as far as the topic is concerned about our mothers and if they failed, please always consider, because we have multiple perspectives. It's up to you what you feel hit most for you. But the amount of abandonment that our mothers have had to deal with before and currently our women now, there's a sense of abandonment and isolation that they're feeling, that they felt then and that they feel now. There's a sense of mistrust and abuse back then and now. Our women are emotionally deprived. They probably didn't say it as much then. That's something to take into consideration. The sense of defectiveness and shame, right? Our Black women have always been told how they're the worst. They have attitudes and too loud and overweight, covered in fancy words like thick and good to fuck. And the systems out there just add in the fuel for us to just eat each other up. I just left Information Man note the other day. So a couple of your shows, I was watching the Pauly show and some other things. I was like, and I couldn't type in, but I was like, oh, thank you, because I think that's another piece. And I know it's hard to get into it because of sensing and blah, 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 and there's always someone to argue. But I think we leave out that cultural and ethnic piece. I'm guilty that if I have to intentionally remember where I come from, who my people are, the people that I'm part of. And it's easy to get lost in that when you're living a good life and you're living this and you're living that. Please don't forget the culture. We've always been told we're defective, but our mothers continue. The dependence. So then, the mothers before, how much did they have to depend on? So absolutely, it seems like failure, but they only could work with what they could work with, and they can only push back so much because the dependency. And even now, our women are dealing with that. There's a certain pushback they want to give back, but there's the dependency on systems and resources and politics and what better time than to have us fight each other? The vulnerabilities. Did our women know how to be vulnerable back then? Or were they really absorbing all of our vulnerabilities and helping us stay strong while letting themselves be second rate and third rate and fourth rate to help us stay strong? Is that failure? Who knows? Maybe they should have kicked a few of us in the ass instead of the padding. But at the same time, that's all they knew. And pending what you follow, from the scripture or to a pillar or a system, I hate to say it, but the design, we forget the design that they're built on, the role that they have. Is that failure? Or is it part of the design? The level of entitlement I may present, or men may present with, I want to apologize not for the entire world, but I want to apologize for the part that I play when I forget my entitlement, when I forget my taken for granted. I want to extend my apologies and remind myself I need to do better, so then I'm not asking this question again. Did the women back then fail us? And am I doing enough to prevent the women now from failing us? And with that, I say, please give back. It's another thing I don't much on the channels. We talk about wanting to do, but what are we doing? What are we doing? I've extended it before. I'm extending it now on the Real Pressure Show for people who are adopted and going through the foster care system. Since I'm adopted and went through the New York City foster care system, I'm giving back free mentoring those kids and for the parents who are adopting kids and wanting to be there for them, but not really understand them. That's one way of giving back. I've been in conversation with BMU about how can we get a panel of different resources that they don't do as much anymore. How to write a check. Now that sounds weird, like who's going to be taking the how to write a check class, but those fundamentals, how to get back to some of those and have like a community all weekend class where parents are learning something, the teens are learning something. So I know we talk about it, but would love to be part of the solution. And in closing, as we say, landing our plane, I like that. I've learned that here in the please consider the sacrifice that the ladies gave. Please consider the sacrifice that that man who's in the video taking care of his wife, as much as we don't like it, would have pushed her off a cliff or left her at the home or whatever, or taking care of her. Either way, there's a level of sacrifice that comes in the relationship. A few of the guys we're talking about tonight, it is part of the territory of a relationship. So when you're thinking about giving up, or when you're thinking about when you think about how bad you are, is it because the amount of sacrifice you offered, or because you are worried about the sacrifice you will have to offer? And is that coming from a selfish place? So I thank each and every one of you, the listeners, for being here, those who are loyal and dedicated for being here, the panel of brothers, and I thank you for allowing me to share in this space. My way is just a perspective. It's not always, but together we get it done. So
yes.
I end on that.
Doc, I definitely want to do a show with you on something to that effect of what that video was with that man when he explained his grievances with his wife, right? And one of the things that I looked at, that's why when I earlier in the show I had led with, I don't think that the average man would have known what they would do, because I think we should take a bigger look at not the situation, but us in that situation, us in certain situations, because that's more telling. The situation itself, if we just look at the situation itself, it seems tragic. But when we look at us and how we're built in that situation and what we would learn from that situation, I just don't. I'm a strong believer that the average guy wouldn't do what they said that they would do right now if they were in that situation. Because one of the things that I understand is that there's no way that you're going to take away a man loving women. This is one thing I just don't see the change. I think that we end up being in our way of loving women, it has changed. But the way that we love, like pursuing women, that has not changed. The way that we pursue women has not changed. It's just that only thing that happens is that we learn how to figure out how to have a better lure to lure them in. And a lot of times, a lot of people they don't understand. That'll be a great conversation when it comes down to women and men. But I definitely want to focus on men in these certain situations. And us actually looking at ourselves, because what's happening right now is that the world is looking at us. For instance, you have the Sierra and the football player, right? Everybody's looking at this man as a simp. Everybody's looking at this man as somebody that's taking abuse and he's staying in it or whatever. My thing is that why don't we all look at ourselves in that certain situation, and what would it be? Who would we be in that situation for us? I guarantee on the outside, you can say whatever you want to say. But once I've seen people say what they would not do, and the situation presented itself, and they did the total opposite of what they said. So I love to have that type of conversation with you.
I would love it. I'm here for it.
Coming on here. I appreciate your show that you had with Coach K, man. You guys are tearing it up right now, brother. And my hats off to you, and I salute you, brother.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you.
IMS, Information Man, my guy.
What's going on, man?
Hey, man.
I'm doing fine, man.
What you got to say, man? We've been in here. It's been a long show. Well,
I'm not going to be long. Winded here, but I think it just goes back to fundamentally what I said earlier before. Nobody has a written handbook. We weren't born in the world programmed with knowing how to raise kids, or even when it comes to marriage, we're all learning and making mistakes as we go along, and we learn from our mistakes, or hopefully we should learn from the mistakes that other people make. And I wanted to answer what you had just said to the doctor there. See, this is the thing. People come to YouTube sometimes and they lie, and they come up with these scenarios to make themselves seem like Superman on these platforms. The fact of the matter is, we don't know what any of us would do if we're in a situation like you said with, the Sarah situation with Russell Wilson, right? We don't know. We could say, hey, I would never this and that, but you can't say that because you don't know how pussy whipped you would be. You don't know how much in love you would be with that woman. And we know that love can make you do a lot of strange things, you see? And I'm going to be honest. This probably really should have been a show tonight about where have our fathers failed us, because I think there's a lot of displaced anger that's placed on our mothers for not doing what we wanted them to do for us, and not realizing that our mothers are not men. They can never give us the essence and the foundation that an actual man can. So I think there is some displaced anger that we have towards our fathers, whether our father was not there in our life, whether our father divorced our mother, whether we didn't get along with our father, we didn't like his methodology in certain areas, whether we had a father that was a Rolling Stone, we didn't like the way he was maybe treating our mother, and what have you. So I think when we see our mothers do things and say things to us that we look back and we say, hey, I didn't appreciate that, I really wonder how much of that has to do with the fact that we really wished our fathers would have actually did more for us, or had been around a lot more than what they were. And that's why what I was saying earlier, you get this phenomena on YouTube of a lot of guys who won't be honest and tell you the truth, that a lot of their issues with women has a lot to do with, obviously, their mother possibly, but also their father. Both are extensions of each other. And so I think once we realize the best we can do right now is we can only hold on to this stuff for so long before it eats at us like a cancer and destroys us inside. We better examine our own shit, because we might be projecting this onto our own kids, as I said before. You need to be asking yourself, JT, I need to be asking myself, and every man that was up here and those that are listening, am I the best father that I could be to my own child? Because your own child may be on a panel someday and they may have some goddamn questions about you.
Yeah.
And where none of us are perfect, we make mistakes, we are selfish creatures at times. And so, and I said before, a lot of us, we have family members who had problems, our fathers, our mothers, our cousins, our uncles, and their unresolved problems got dumped onto us. And our parents could only raise us based on how they were taught.
Yeah.
Just like when you get a spanking, if all your parents knew was to whoop that ass, that's exactly what you're going to get. And then you're going to find yourself probably be engaging in the same behavior if that's all that you know. JT, would you agree with me or disagree with me that every generation should be an extension to the next? You should actually be better than your father was, or your family. You should be an extension, meaning, yes, you want to discipline your kids. You want to keep them in order. But we really shouldn't have to, we really shouldn't have to put the, lot of us got the extension cord. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree that we should be an extension. We should be better than our next generation. That's my whole thing, is that I want my kids to be better than what I am. I want to get them to a point where I can spark something where they can get more education, more insight than I have right now. I want to get them because they have a different journey, and if I'm in competition with my kids, there's no room for me to want them to be better than me. So
Right.
so it does come to a point with what you had just mentioned, that, hey man, look, we are, like you said, our kids can be on somebody else's panel and they can be talking about their trauma based off of what we've done. So this is where it's way bigger than us. That's why I have to look past my nose. I got to look past what my understanding is, because I have to make sure that I'm for other people. This ain't just about me. It's about being for other people, being of service. I feel better when I'm of service and I can do something and it makes somebody else's life better, even if it just makes their day better. So I feel a whole lot better than if I'm out here and I'm trying to search for something that I probably already have. I just don't understand that I have it. I'm trying to get wealth, not knowing that I'm already wealthy. Not until I lose the wealth. But if I'm doing something for other people, if I'm sitting back, like my biggest thing is that I have a family for others. I want to illuminate to other people. I don't want to keep this to myself. It makes no sense.
You can inspire other people by your actions, how people observe you in your behavior. Look, I'll end with this, man. I'll give you a perfect example. Like I said earlier, my father grew up the hard side of the mountain. When you have a large family like that, you're not getting that extra love and attention when you grow up in a large family. So everything that he knew was based on how his father raised them. They raised him to be tough. They raised a work ethic. All my uncles that are still living today, they all are their own businessmen. They own their own business because of work ethic. And that work ethic has translated to me. This is the difference. I have a sister and two brothers. One of them, unfortunately, during this pandemic, he passed away. We both have the same father but different mothers. Mm-hmm. And when I would go back and visit, my father was one of those kind of fathers that would make a lot of promises. Like, I'm going to take you here. We're going to go shopping. We're going to go this and that. And then ultimately he would have the wife do it. Right. And one time my brothers were saying, oh, he ain't going to do that. He ain't going to do that. And all the things that I was not happy about with my father, you know what, JT? My younger siblings were feeling the same thing. And I said, damn. So the difference with me and my father, and this is why we should always be an extension of the next generation, and your son, your daughter should be better than you, is that what I have that my father doesn't have is I have a heart, meaning I'm a nurturing father. So I'm a father that wants to take my child out to the ball game, to the park, and do those extra things. My father, he didn't do that like that. He was more of a meat and potatoes man. I go to work, I put the food on the table, I clothe you. That's what I'm supposed to do. Don't want to hear nothing else, right? Now, I understand it. He comes from that generation, old school. But what makes me this is going to sound funny. What makes me a different or better model than him is that I have all the qualities that he has as far as those old school qualities. But there's one difference. I know how to show love to my kids. If I promise them something, we're going to take a trip here. I want to be around. I'm not going to pass it on to someone else. So I have these qualities that's missing in him, because I've grown up in a different world than him, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the part that your mother is supposed to give you too, that other balance in you. But at the end of the day, I know that I'm a better extension than he is. He did what he did, how he had to do it, when. But without that man, I wouldn't be alive today to extend the legacy. You get what I'm saying, JT?
Absolutely. Absolutely, man.
And so that's how we have to look at it, as a way to get over the pain that maybe we experience with our family, is that you must be a better model than they were, so that your kids don't grow up and we transfer the same bullshit from generation to generation. Yes. And if you have a son, your son's going to have you inside of his heart, and you want your son to have something extra that maybe you've always wanted to have, but you could never grasp it. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I'll rest on that tonight, brother. I thank you for letting me be up here.
Man, I appreciate you, brother. You know, like always, we appreciate you over here, man, giving your insight. Absolutely. Let people know where they can also find you and where you land at, bro. Are you still doing your how-tos?
Right. This was going on, man. I got so much stuff I got down the pipeline. So basically, everybody, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram. I'm starting to upload more stuff on Twitter and Instagram, and also TikTok, all under the same name, Information Man Show. You'll find me on all social media. I'm Googleable, so if you put it into Google, you'll find everything I'm on. The Info Media Live channel is coming back. I'm going to be uploading a lot of video over there, giving you guys some more insight into some things that I'm learning. The podcast channel that I've been doing, I'm bringing that back probably next month, because I'm going to do a different style and format than I've done in the past. So that's coming back. I've got another channel that I'm working on. It's more of a I'm going to get into topics like what do you call it? Topics of conspiracy theory topics. I'm going to question these things. So I'm about to do a show where I'm going to be covering stuff about conspiracy theories. Are they real or are they not real? I'll be covering these issues around the phenomena of UFOs, portals, interdimensions. So I'm going to touch on that, sort of like what you see on Coast to Coast AM. Yeah. But I'm going to do it in a very mysterious way. And then that's a channel that isn't up and running yet. It's just something that I'm thinking about. And I'm just going to build an audience over there independently of people that are into that type of those type of conversations. But I'm not going to do it in this sort of goofy way. I'm going to ask some hard questions. I'm not going to just say, well, this is what this is. I'm going to be questioning stuff that people believe, questioning it using logic versus what could be true, what could not be true, right? So I'm going to touch on all type of unusual topics on that. And that channel will be coming to you soon. That'll be Classified Black. That's the name of that channel that's coming to you soon.
I love conspiracy talk. I love conspiracy theory talk because it's something to challenge the mind. Especially I follow you 100, man, and right. You done did some shows where I still got a 9 to 5, so you done got me through a whole bunch of my 9 to 5s, bro, from 8 all the way up until 4:30. I'm gonna be hitting it pretty hard. I have my radio podcast through Spreaker. I got to hit that. So what I'm doing is I'm reassessing everything and how I'm using social media, which I'm going to talk about this on the Info Media Live channel, which is going to be very helpful for you, for everybody. So there's something that I'm going to do that I'm going to recommend everybody to do. And mainly, it's about flooding your content within these other social media spheres to continue putting yourself out there. Because what Mandrell just said a few minutes ago is that he's getting some traction. And because of that traction on Instagram, he needs to keep posting. That's the law of social media. Oh, another thing, JT, there's some, you're probably hearing this buzz on social media lately, but there are some AI is about to take over how we do content creation.
And there are tools out there that's going to help us do that. There is AI that will, where you can actually create an avatar of yourself or anyone with your voice talking. You can totally create an animated YouTube channel with your voice. It's just not you on the screen, but it's your voice talking, saying everything that you would say if you were on the screen. You could either make an avatar of yourself or someone else. There's even AI out there where you can use the voice of some famous person. There's this AI game. I'm telling y'all, this AI game, because I've been looking at some channels that's been promoting these. This AI game is going to put content creation at a whole nother level.
Yeah, it's going to be something different, bro. It's definitely going to be something different.
While I'm at it, there's something called, what am I using? I want to tell you about it. Let me click this in here. I think everybody needs to know about this. Let me just give me 1 minute, JT, because I want to make sure. Okay, JT, everybody write this down. It's called There's different types, but this one I think there's one called Munchie, but this one I'm going to give you, I think it's just a tad bit more better because it allows you to create these shorts on all different platforms and all different types of formats. So it's called Video, VIDYO.ai. Put that into your search bar. It'll come up, and they do have a free version. And the free version of it allows you to send stuff to your social media. And basically, you can take your videos on your channel. You can put your link into it or a name of a channel. And it will give you 3 examples of YouTube shorts or Instagram shorts or TikTok shorts. And you can look at them and say, okay, I like these. I'm going to go with these. Or I want to go with something else. And it will put the wording in there, the graphics in there for you. And you can pick which one you want. And then you can download it to send to one of your social medias that you want to use. You can download it. You can transfer it from your computer to your phone to pop it into your social. And it creates really fancy, very nice shorts in all different platforms. LinkedIn, TikTok, YouTube, everything. And it'll give you the 19 by 16, or it'll even give you the regular video form that we have on YouTube, however you want to format it. Check that out.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now, and yeah, there's video.ai for make videos, long ones, instantly.
Right.
And it repurposes is for repurposing some of your videos also. Oh my God.
Right.
Yeah. I'm in here
and then there's chat. There's a bunch of stuff. I'll be talking about it on the Info Media Live channel. But there's a bunch of artificial intelligence sites where it can help you come up with titles, links. If you need information at your fingertips very quickly and you type some keywords in, it'll give you information about people, anything you need that can assist you in your content creation, your podcasting, everything like that. So I'll be touching on those things, but it's out there. It's becoming it's getting explosive. And it's going to change for the future how we do content.
Yeah, man. I mean, and
technology's taking over, man.
Time is the currency, and a lot of people, when you got this AI, it's a whole bunch that is going to be able to free up for you.
Right. They're talking about this new chat AI. They think that it's because I think Bling has already worked on this technology. They think it might overtake Google. You know how we go to Google all the time?
Yeah.
This new AI technology chat stuff that's coming out, it may replace Google. Google probably going to have to get on top of their game because this stuff might push Google, might not be as big as they are now. Once this technology gets better and more refined, my brother. So let me get on off the panel here, but I appreciate everybody in the chat room. Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Everybody out there. I hope everybody has a great weekend. And I appreciate you, brother.
You too, brother. That was my man, Information Man. Thank you. Absolutely. Always. Hey, man, this was a great show. Black man, you're going to have to chop this mug up, bro. I really appreciate you. You are doing some great stuff out here. You're bringing out a lot of great people to come on this panel, man. Everybody that's on this panel, if you don't have your own platform, you might as well go on here, even if it's just getting IG and being able to market yourself. This world is changing big time. I really employ a lot of you guys, and I challenge y'all to check out my man, Information Man. He has some great things when it comes down to building a platform, building your own platform. My man Mandrell, he has this fitness thing that he got going on, man. His business that he has, I really want him to be able to expand on there. So he's definitely in his doing his time, he's building it right now. Dr. Nakimbi, man, I appreciate you. I love your practice. You might have to have me on your couch, man. Most definitely. Who else we had on here, man? My man Hink, Tarus, my man Mr. Bennett, Trey. Who else did am I missing somebody? Black David, you. Black Man Unfiltered himself. Everybody that came on to the panel, everybody that was in the comment section, man, that was in here contributing to us. We really appreciate you guys on here. My closing thoughts is this. I don't think that our mothers, that we could just have the conversation if our mothers failed us or if our fathers failed us. I'm glad we dug a lot deeper than just what the title entailed. And my whole thing is that we have to challenge ourselves for greatness. We have to challenge each other for greatness. We have to look at our parents with some type of reverence. Even if we don't know our parents, we have to still look at the message that's behind there. And we have to challenge ourselves to have grace. I love that first video that Black Man had put out there. That right there shows how much grace can you give another person that deceives you, and you put in a position and to have autonomy over their well-being. That was dope. That was actually, I don't know if Black Men did that on purpose, but that was a dope thing because it goes into our parents. How do we have grace for them? Anyway, we have to challenge ourselves for these type of conversations, man. We have to challenge ourselves for these type of things. You can find me on WWKP. That's What We Know podcast. It's been a minute since I have made a live, but I'm getting ready to get back in here. I've been really doing some soul searching because I had to change my platform based off of the things that I actually want to talk about. So it's starting to be more back blow from these panels that we have on Black Men Unfiltered and a couple of other panels that I actually listen to, and I try to put these together and try to have my own spin on these things. But you can definitely find me on there. Also, if you want to find out about multi-billionaire companies, millionaire companies, or people, you could go to my other channel that is called Let Me Expound. And I also have another one that I'm building that's called The Bomb. I call it The Bomb, but it's a podcast. It's not a podcast. It's just having videos that I put up based off of video reactions. But that's it, man. What We Know podcast. I appreciate everybody on here. I'm out. Peace.